All right. That was wild. Streaming without a care, doing just fine, and then everything just went whoomp without the whoomp sound. That is a little frightening. Not gonna lie, that was a little frightening because that just came without warning. As far as I know, we were copacetic. We were cooking with gas. Everything was fine. But whew. Can't say that I've seen that happen before. So I did a reinstall of Cyberpunk. I did a reinstall of Streamlabs just to make sure everything was copacetic with Streamlabs. Because I've been having some weirdness with Streamlabs. And I honestly didn't think it was going to be there shouldn't have been any issue with it. But the weird thing was that when I was done with a dual stream, Streamlabs would kind of freak out on me. Hello, Dana. Nice to see you over on YouTube. If you were here for the early shutdown, I apologize. We are back. We hopefully should be good. But hello, Dana. Good to have you here. I was giving something of I dare say, a little bit of a pep talk for the EMFers on YouTube and the Monster Mash here on Twitch. And what I was talking about was when I was unceremoniously fired from my job at a prestigious corporation in the DC area. And I remember saying something like, everything happens for a reason, and then suddenly everything shut down. But we are good. We are back, and I'm going to go on ahead and pick up where I left off. So basically what happened was that I was put into a performance improvement plan, or a PIP. And not to be confused with my PIP, which is pretty much awesome, personified. But this was a poison chalice that I got from my... hello, Sean. Good to have you here. But it was a poison chalice that I was being handed to by this by this boss. Peak of hurricane season is near. Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Sean. It's very true. But that has nothing to do with what happened with everything just kind of shutting down. But we are in a good place right now, I like to think. So this whole performance improvement plan they put me on was it was a dead end. There was nothing that could save my job. This new boss had it out for me on day one. But I was thinking about it this morning. Had that boss, and this is what I mean by things happen for a reason. I was sweating it out, basically really slogging through, trying to once again figure out what my options are after being let go by this place. Job hunting at the age of 56, not necessarily the best of things, right? But then, or was I 55? No, I was 55 at the time. I was 55, and I then got this random text from a neighbor. Said, "Did you hear how much so and so's house went for in the neighborhood?" And I happened to tell it to Pip. And this is what I mean. It just, there was like a perfect storm of things that happened. I got fired from this job that I was pretty miserable in, but I was even more, I don't want to say I wasn't miserable in it until I got the new boss. And then the new boss absolutely turned it into hell on earth. Yeah, Freddie, I don't act like I'm in my 50s. And I take a lot of pride in that. Yeah, exactly. That I knew that's what this was. And the thing was, I could have done something where I said, well, had I realized the power that I have now, I could have said to the company, well, then why don't you go on ahead and fire me? I really don't want to do a performance improvement plan. Just go on ahead and fire me. Or let me go. Because the thing is, if they were to terminate me without a performance improvement plan, and again, this is the joys of working for a corporate, a prestigious corporation like the one that I worked with at the time. That, let's be honest, they handle a lot of shady stuff, and it's a bunch of lawyers. It's a bunch of lawyers. This former employer of mine, and the way I look at it, please hold. Attention, attention all personnel. Ads in 35 seconds. Ads in 35 seconds. That is all. And the except for you all on Twitch. Sorry, on YouTube. On YouTube, you all are fine. You all are fine. So this prestigious corporation lets me go. I rephrase that. They fired me after a performance improvement plan, which, as Steampunk Rick said over on Twitch, is pretty much that's a dead end. That's a dead end scenario. That's a dead end scenario. It's really there to cover. I mean, to give you an idea of how, and it kind of dawned on me today too. There was a quote unquote investigation in my behavior, and one of the things that I remember they brought up during this performance improvement plan / confidential evaluation, which was again a absolute pile of poo, was they started asking me about this thing I attended called MagFest. And I said, yes, I attended it. And they said, you're doing a lot of things here, but it seems like you're not, it seems like you're doing more things for fun than you do in your job. And I said to the person rather pointedly, I said, if you want to check the PTO, the paid time off, you'll see that I took off the days that I went to MagFest. I did not, yeah, exactly. I said, I did not do anything of the sort. I know what you're accusing me of, and I never did that. When I went to TwitchCon, I had the PTO. When I took myself to MagFest, I had the PTO. That's what the PTO is there for. It is there for me to take time off. And I resent the fact, and I did. I said it to one. I resent the fact that I'm being accused of sneaking away from my position and doing things that on company time. I do things on my time. My extracurricular activities are on my time. If I take a break, I'm doing things on my time. And then, and that's when I knew no matter what I did, I was screwed. But at the time, I had this house that I had to make sure that we made the payments on. But the thing was, if I hadn't been fired from this job and this neighbor hadn't told me, hey, so-and-so's house went for such and such in the neighborhood, and I didn't happen to pass that on to Pip, we wouldn't be here right now. This house is paid for. My house in Northern Virginia, that's paid for, and so is this house. That was the intent. And if it wasn't for this woman who had it out for me, I wouldn't be here. So you know what? Wherever she is now, bless you and thank you. Bless you and thank you for getting this ball rolling. Now, fun fact, true story. One of the reasons why, you may be sitting there thinking, why are you letting this woman live rent-free in your head? I'm not. It just kind of hit me this morning. And one of the things that I can sort of take a solace from is that buddy of mine called me up and said, hey, T, you might want to know what happened to your team, which was a much bigger group. They were dissolved, T. They were all laid off. Within a year of me getting fired, the entire team, including the person. Now, I know that person probably had a place to land because her mom also worked for the corporate entity. So chances are it could be something from being a project manager, or it could be somebody digging ditches for this company. I don't know, but I knew she was going to be fine. But the entirety of the team was laid off. And ironically, they were because they were laid off. The real name for the Atlantic hurricane season is Gabrielle. The next name is Gabrielle. Yeah. Evil Nepo baby, no less. Yeah, I know that. But where I'm going with all this is everything happens for a reason. You may think it's like the worst point in your life, but which is where I was until I landed here. And the thing is, I'm still job hunting for a full-time position with Benny's and things like that. We have a plan B that we're currently working off, and it's fine so far. But the one thing that I realized today was, I got an invitation for a first job interview. I'm excited. I'm very excited. But the nice thing is that I can go for jobs. I can go for quite a much larger portion of jobs because I'm not worried about making sure I have a giant ass mortgage to cover. It's done. We own this house. And literally last week, somebody called me up and said, so I understand you're the owners of this address. And I said, yeah. And they said, you thinking about selling? Literally, they were calling me on the day that we had spent a year in this house. A day. The day that we moved into this house. And this guy's calling me wondering if I want to sell. And I said, $500,000. And he started laughing. He started laughing and he stopped. And he said, wait, you're serious? And I said, yeah. Yeah. And every month you guys call back, it's going to go up by $100,000. If you want this house, you're going to have to come and get it. And then this guy starts pitching me this little song and dance about the value of selling a house and I just hung up on him. He just did not get it. And the thing is that all these things happen for a reason. You got fired from Mount, allows me to be the anchor dad at home, left Shauna to take a massive promotion. We're actually far better off now. I mean, that's what I mean. And by the way, good on you and Shauna, Steampunk Rick. Good on you and Shauna. I have a lot more options ahead of me now. And if I was still up in Northern Virginia, I would still be slogging away and I'd be miserable. I mean, I'd be coming on here and doing streaming stuff, but in the background, I would be sweating bullets, making sure that I got, that I was trying to get positions that chances are were far out of my reach. And the thing is that I know a lot of people who come and they hang out, whether it's on YouTube or Twitch. They come and they hang out and they might be going through some stuff. And that's the thing. You never know what somebody else is going through. It was one of the most profound things I ever got from my priest up in Manassas. She said, before you engage someone in what could be considered hostile conversation, stop for a second and ask yourself, do you know what this person has gone through? Do you know that person's journey? Do you know what that person has been dealing with, not just today, but for the past week, for the past month, for the past year? I mean, yeah, that's basic empathy. I know you're probably screaming at your computer or your phone right now. But the thing is, a lot of people have lost grips with that. Somewhere down the line, somebody said empathy is a bad thing. Empathy is a sign of weakness. And honestly, I think it's a source of strength. Because you can put in your mind, you can take your mindset, apply it to someone else and go, what can I do to help that person? What can I do to signal to that other person, hey, you know what? If you need to be told this, it's going to be okay. And if you try to do something to remove yourself from the equation, the truth is you'll never know if it's going to be okay, because when you make that kind of a dark decision in your life, it's done. There's no coming back from that. And empathy is a core pillar of why humans are at the top today. We care about each other. Exactly. And remember, everybody, whether you're on YouTube, I know you're looking for the Ghosties YouTube, and this is probably pretty deep, but don't worry. I'm going to be bringing around the ghosts in a moment. But the reason I'm telling you this is because I had something of an epiphany today. And I wanted to make sure I shared that with you. When I was done with that performance improvement plan, I really was in a bad spot. And I was terrified for Pip. I was terrified for Sam. And then one thing led to another, which led to another. And now we're here in this. Really, I don't mind. I know it sounds like a brag, but it's more like a humble brag. But I'm in this beautiful house right now with my wife and our 5 cats. And I couldn't be happier. I'm thrilled to be here with you all. I'm amazed with what we've accomplished with Old Spirits in such a short amount of time. I wanted to make sure you all knew that. I don't know where I stand with any of you folks on YouTube or Twitch, but I want you all to know where you all stand with me. You guys on both of these platforms have been an absolute source of inspiration. You keep me going. You keep me running. I'm feeling jacked. I'm feeling pumped. I'm ready for the next big challenge. And I hope that when you all come here, whether it's from YouTube or Twitch, you all feel the same. You all feel energized after you leave here, even when I'm tired, like I was last night. I'm hoping you all have the same joy and same fun that I try to get. That's what I want my streams to be. That's what I want my content to be. Even the spooky stuff that I do on YouTube. I want it to be the kind of content that people go, yeah, they do the spooky, but they're really having a good time with it. Back at you, Rick. Back at you, Rick. Who, by the way, when he resubbed for a total of 63 months. But Rick had already been, it was really funny. I'll tell you a quick story about Rick. Then there's one more thing I want to tell, Ben, and then we're going to jump into the footage. So I met Rick the year before at this event called the Steampunk Unlimited. It was basically a steampunk event at a train museum in Lancaster, PA, right? And we just kind of hit it off, me and Rick and Shauna and the boys, and everything was fun. Following year, we go there. Rick and Shauna are there, and the boys are there. They're in costume. And my parents are there with me, and Rick and Shauna say, hey, we're going off to do XYZ. Did Sam want to come? And I looked at Pip. Pip said, and I was like, yeah, sure, go for it. And my mom and dad were freaking. They were like, gee, do you know those people? And we went, yeah, we do, kind of. We trust them. We trust them. And my parents just thought we were being reckless parents. But, it's Steampunk Rick and Shauna. They're fine. Good times, baby. Good times. Best con ever. Yeah, seriously. We loved that event because every time we went to that event, we sold out books, which again reminds me, Rick, watch the skies because we are very, very close. Tomorrow, as a matter of fact, I'm going to be receiving the proof for a brand new anthology. A brand new anthology that myself and Phil Rossi have put together. It's called Inspired by True Events. Phil did 4 short stories. I did 4 short stories. We're doing science fiction, science fantasy, horror in this anthology. And Rick, 3 of my 4 stories are set in the Ministry universe. 2 of them have never been published. 1 is seeing the light of day for the very first time. So you got that going for you.
Shovel.
And it's coming soon. It'll be probably launching officially in October. And before we jump into the footage tonight, I did want to give a quick shout out because I did hear somebody on Thread say, yeah, Thunderbolts is now available for streaming on Disney Plus. Now you can hear all these people going, oh, I didn't realize how good Thunderbolts was. You should have said that when when it was out in the theaters. And I regret missing this one. I really regret missing this one. Brave New World, I didn't regret too much. I felt like the pacing was really weird in Brave New World. I couldn't put my finger on it, but I felt like Anthony Mackie was puffing his chest out a little too much. There were moments when he lightened up and he was great, but he was puffing his chest out a little too much for me. And I felt like the timing was a little weird. It was just the pace and the timing was a little weird. Thunderbolts, we watched the first hour, and then I had to come up and do a stream. And I will say this about Thunderbolts: out of the gate, it's actually quite good. I said to Pip, this has a different kind of pace, and I like it. I like the pacing of this. I like how they're unfolding this. I like the fact that Bucky isn't front and center straight away. I'm kind of digging it. And that's the thing. I'm getting that impression that this was, and a lot of people I heard that went to see Thunderbolts, they really enjoyed it. Last Marvel movie I saw was Fantastic Four. Absolutely loved it. I honestly felt like I felt like Fantastic Four was actually a return. Freddie, that was a return back to the old school timing that they had. Thunderbolts actually feels that way too. But the thing about, I would say this, Cobalt, if you're going to watch, if you were to put an order to that, I would say watch Thunderbolts first or save it for last. Because right now, for me, Brave New World just felt a little off. I couldn't quite figure out why, but it just, it felt like the script needed a little more tweaking. And I've heard that, Sly Gamer. I've heard that the movie in the trailer they make it look like Guardians of the Galaxy, but it gets really emotional in the end, and that to me is good. That's what a Marvel movie should be, in my opinion. And like I said, I really enjoyed Fantastic Four. I enjoyed it a lot, way more than I expected to. So I'm looking forward to what's coming down the pike. With Doomsday and all that stuff. I think that's going to be a lot of fun. I really do. I tell you, the Marvel Zombie, man, I can't wait to see that. I cannot wait to see that because, one, they're doing it in the animation style of What If, which I really enjoyed, and I'm excited. I'm really excited. Okay, wanted to make sure I threw that in. Now that we've had the false start and we had the weirdness with the stream, we are now golden. We are now ready to get into spooky, lo spooky. So, where are we going here? We are going over here. Now, for anybody who has not been to this stream before, when we've done this, let me illuminate you on what you're watching tonight. First off, as many of you may know, or you may not know, my name is T. You can call me TheTeeMonster or Twitch Dad. And I am alive on both Twitch and YouTube. So for those of you over on YouTube, hi. Thanks for being here. You will not be getting ads during this stream. So when you hear somebody talk about ads, it's strictly for Twitch. YouTube hasn't quite worked out all the kinks for that sort of thing. No, Freddie, that sort of ire is best saved for Doug. Okay? This is the way I look at it. The majority of people who will be coming in tonight will probably be coming in from Twitch. But when it comes to the views, when people want to see my content, they usually see it here on this side of the interwebs on YouTube. But for those of you who haven't sat through a review session, here's how it goes. I'm gonna first turn down the music. I am then going to switch over to Premiere, and we are going to review the footage. This is the stuff you usually see as a montage on ghost shows, but here I basically turn it into a. It's okay. No, Freddie, it's fine. And this is where I sit down and I review the footage. Now, the reason I do this live is because I want to give OSI, Old Spirits Investigations, I want to give OSI a full transparency. Because this is the side of paranormal investigation that very few people see, where you actually sit down and you watch the footage. You see people all the time filming footage, but rarely do you see this aspect of it, where you settle in and you watch this. And that's That's part of it, of paranormal investigation. I don't know how much Sam and Colby, Chris and Selena review their own stuff. I know Project Fear does because Dakota is the one that's doing all the editing. Dakota and Connor Stalling. But some of these other high profile groups, I don't know about that. I don't know how much of them are actually getting their hands dirty with the footage. But this is where you stop doing paranormal entertainment and you start getting into paranormal investigation. Right? And that's what we're doing here. So that and also this is your opportunity as the audience of Old Spirits, as the audience on my Twitch stream or YouTube. You can ask me the questions about paranormal investigation, whether it's this investigation or any other investigation or paranormal investigation in general. I want to make sure that you all have that option so that we can talk about it. We can talk about what it is that we're doing and how we're doing it. And what you're about to see here is something called spirit writing. You might hear people call it auto writing, psychic writing, spirit writing. I prefer the term spirit writing because I'll just say it. It sounds cooler. But what it is, it's actually me tapping into my writer self. When I write a short story, which you're going to find out soon is what I do. But when I write a short story or I even write a novel, I have a basic idea of where I'm going. But 9 times out of 10, I just plop into my seat, and I start writing. I have no idea where I'm going with this, but I'll start writing and I'll see what happens. And that is kind of what I'm doing here. Now, the way I'm doing it, I saw Selena Spooky Boo and Chris Collins do this, and I thought, okay, I think I like their approach to it. I think I want to give this a shot. And they kind of do it like a combo of the SD session and then psychic writing. And because I've seen some people do it where, proclaimed psychics will basically they'll start doodling or something, and then words will form out of the doodles, things like that. But what Selena and Chris do is they will put on headphones and not have the spirit box cycling through anything, going and writing down what they're hearing. They will just listen to straight up static. And then they will write down whatever they feel compelled to write down. So I take on that approach. I will put myself in, similar to Chris and Selena. I will blindfold myself. I will listen to static. And I'm just writing down whatever images or words are coming to mind. Many times it's phrases. Sometimes it's just words. A couple of times I've doodled. And those have been some of the more compelling results that I've gotten, particularly at Wildwood, which we're going to be breaking into tonight, and I'll talk more about that. But that's what I'm getting ready to do here. We are setting up on the 5th floor of the building that houses GhostStop. And that's where we're at right here. So without that being said, let's go on ahead and let's start this last review. And you're going to see me stopping, and I'm going to be probably putting in stuff for production sake. So here we go. I shouldn't be able to hear them either. All right. Are we all ready?
Let's go.
Ready?
Oh, what?
We'll get your notebook ready first.
Yeah. This notebook has seen some shit. Might have to edit that.
Right?
17th. That's not. Tomorrow's the
One of the two.
What's today?
I want to say 17th.
Yeah.
That's on your phone.
The date is the 18th, in fact.
Okay, I'm wrong.
I think. I could be wrong. I thought I had a bill due today.
I'm on the East
Yeah,
Coast
it's the
of the
18th.
lake, so I don't know anything apart from.
I'll just say it's the 18th.
Without her, I got nothing.
18th April. Turns out the sniffling is in fact
God.
Connor.
Had going off down.
Connor was having some really bad allergies that day.
Hydra?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have no recollection of this particular session, so this ought to be interesting.
Is there anyone here with us right now? Anyone that wishes to communicate?
That's interesting. Oop. All right, so for this, let's see.
Anyone that wishes to communicate through T. We'd like to learn more about you. I know.
That's interesting. I believe that is an Ovilus. Because that does not sound like Pip's phone. But I don't know if Ovilus does phrases. So I'll have to follow up with somebody on that.
What is your name?
Old.
All right. So for this, I'm going to do, yeah. Thank you, Secondhand. I appreciate that. Give me a moment. I don't think I have the typeface that I use. Let me just double check. I want to say it was chalk, something chalk. Chiller, yeah. Yeah, it was something chalk script or something like that, something weird. So I'm just going to, oh, simple chalk. No, I actually have it. Oh, wow. Okay, so I'm actually going to be able to, to do a little bit of production here. Okay, that's kind of cool. All right, so you're going to see how I do the effect here. So I use a typeface called Simple Chalk. And what happens is that I'm going to first make it, I'm going to make each hit, each result from the spirit writing, I'm going to make it 10 seconds in length. Ah, there we go. And welcome back, Secondhand. Posture check as well. I'll get to the hydrate in just a moment. Now I'm going to actually put the result up here. And I'm going to just double check and make sure that what I do next is going to work. And what I mean by that is I'm going to actually get, yeah, let's make sure that, here we go. Just want to make sure that, yeah, that this works. Okay, good. All right. So I've got old, and I give it 10 seconds because usually it takes about 10 seconds for people to read simple lines of text. And that's usually what I'm getting at this moment. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, okay, we're going to start there. Actually, I'm going to start the animation a little sooner. So I'm going to go on ahead and say, let's scale this down by 90%. And now this is where I have to be careful. Because sometimes the scaling doesn't work the way I intended to. So let's just see what happens here. Let's see, 125. If it goes to the side, that's not what I want it to do.
What is your name?
Yeah, that's
Old.
That's not what I want it to do. So here's how I work around that. I go on ahead and I go, okay, please center this here and here. So now it should be coming straight. It's coming straight for me.
Your name?
Old.
It's a subtle movement, but that's what it is. Okay. Now what I want it to do is I want it to do that motion, this motion of gradually getting bigger. But instead of doing it there, I want to do it like over here. So let's see what happens if I change the position here and here. So I say, okay, put it there. Let's see, 1565. 1550. And let's make it go up a bit. Yeah, up there. That's good. Okay, so 400. Let's see if I get the effect that I want.
What is your name?
Yep.
Old.
All right. So now I have it slowly growing, right? I have it slowly coming towards me. And then what I'll do, first off, I want to make sure that it has a shadow. I want to make that shadow black. I want to go on ahead and make that shadow opacity of 100. And let's tighten it up to an edge of 5 pixels. There we go. Now I want to do this. I want to add a transition of it fading in and fading out. So let me go on ahead and let me... Oh, wait, no, I don't want it to fade. I don't want it to fade in. I want it to fade out. Oh, no, this is spirit writing. I do it a little differently with spirit writing. I do a 2-second fade in, fade out, but the fade in, I use something called VR spherical blur. So it looks more spooky or ghostly. And we have an ad break. Sorry about that. Okay. For those of you over on YouTube, you don't have to worry about it, but we are in an ad break over on Twitch. But the effect should look like this.
What is your name?
Old.
Yep.
How old? Can you be a little more specific?
And I'll wait until everybody gets back. Okay. Welcome back, everybody, from the break on YouTube. Just so you all know, this is the notebook that I'm writing in. So this is another way for me to flip around and also double check what I've written, how I've written it, and how much is going on. Ooh. So I must have been under for quite some time because I've done 1, 2, 3 pages. This ought to be interesting. Okay, let's just see what seeing the context of the questions always fascinates me. I'm not going to lie, but here we go. Okay, so now that I have that first hit, I'm going to go on ahead and copy it, and then I'm just going to drop it in whenever I need it. Okay.
How old is old? 60 years old? 80 years old?
Why?
Kind of hard to see like where my hand is. But now that I know that I'm writing, I can go on ahead and I can just drop that in. And I can.
No.
Why?
I'd like to have a better sense of who we're talking to. A better age.
I'm hearing something else there.
We're talking to.
Hey, how you doing there, Marv? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Oh, yeah, I think you said that you're going to this market not this month but next month. So good luck either way.
A better.
What's it say?
We're talking to. A better age is.
Ooh. That almost says feeble.
We're talking to. A better. A better age.
That's what it sounds like it's saying. Feeble before me. Okay. I'm gonna say now that time it actually didn't sound like Ovilus. It sounded like Ghost Tube. So I'll just make this Ghost Tube. I'll have it say feeble before me. All right.
A better age is important, but you said old. Just want to get to the bottom of it.
Because I need to know.
Because I need to know. Okay.
Important, but you said old.
Okay. Make sure that's centered.
Age is important, but you said old. Just want to get to the bottom of it.
Because I need to know.
Ow.
Well, I could say the same thing because I think it would give me a better sense of who we're talking to if we knew just how old we're talking to. Or at least a better.
Did they just say 31?
We're talking.
Okay, so Ghost Tube just said 31, which is very interesting because we're talking about age. We're talking about age, and Ghost Tube says in its random word generator 31. Very interesting. Okay.
We're talking to. Or at least a better.
Did they just say 31?
Yeah,
It sounded like.
that's
31.
what I heard.
Yeah.
Which one was that?
I think that was Ghost Tube or something. I think I left it over
I
there.
hope 31's not old. 'Cause,
Well, it might have been in the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's older than you.
Yeah.
Wow.
Too many.
Oh, that's very interesting.
It's older than you.
Yeah.
So I'm about to write down too many people are talking, and at that point, Phil and Connor and Pip were all talking at the same time about what device just went off. That's interesting. Oh, what? Wait a minute. I didn't want to necessarily use that one.
too many to
Too many.
pop are talking. Okay, I don't know.
Too many
people are
people are
talking?
talking.
Yeah, something like that. Okay.
I misspelled people.
Are you saying you want just one person to ask the questions?
Okay. Just to be on the safe side, I'm going to save a little more after the. You missed it earlier, Marv. I had started streaming. Things were going really well, and then something just hit this stream like a ton of bricks, and everything just went kaputs. So yeah, I'm now taking precautions of saving and saving often. Yeah, I know. We were just in Gettysburg. Went on an investigation there using GhostTube. I asked if there was anyone who could give us a sign, and immediately said no. Now I gotta ask, where were you in Gettysburg? Because that's great. That's great.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you share your name? We'd really love to know your name. We'd really love to know your name. Or just the first initial of your name. Are you alone here? In this big building?
I think it means older than
That's what,
Lynchburg.
that was what my gut felt.
Yeah.
It was like old.
Anger.
When did I write that there? Oh, there it is, right there, right there.
Felt.
Yeah.
It was like old.
Anger.
Anger. I don't like when he starts writing that, so.
Well, there were native peoples
Yeah.
that lived here, like the Monacan.
Yeah.
And,
Which we've had some interactions with Monacan spirits in the past.
Yeah.
I meant to mention to you guys, the parking garage right across the building was a slave auction house.
Here, like the Monacan.
Yeah.
And,
Which we've had some interactions with Monacan spirits in the past.
Yeah.
I meant to mention to you guys, the parking garage right across the building was a
Here, like the Monacan.
Yeah.
And,
Which we've had some interactions with
I
Monacan
want to
spirits
say
in the
it
past.
Yeah.
says I lost her. I
I
have to
meant to
double
mention
check
to you
that.
guys, the parking garage right across the building was a
I was her? Okay. Hmm.
across the building was a slave auction house.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, did you hear that, Ben?
Okay, I'm writing something.
Yeah,
Are any of the Monacan people with us tonight?
what is it? Yeah,
Are any of the Monacan people with us?
Okay. And that was GhostTube again. And it was Watch Me. Okay.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, did you hear that, Ben?
yeah,
Are any of the Monacan people with us tonight?
Light, it said. Now, again, just because GhostTube or the obelisk goes off does not necessarily mean that it is relevant. You know, light. If we were Sam and Colby, you know, we would say, "Oh, light, like the light in my hand." You know, that could be it. Doesn't necessarily mean it is. I don't think they drew a. Well, this is the first time I've seen it, so I don't know.
With us tonight.
what is it? Is it doing one of the devices?
Could that be a reference to, you know, the light in Pip's hand? I don't know. Could be, but I'm not going to say every hit is solid gold coming out of GhostTube. It really is depending on our interpretation at the moment.
It's a way of
Now, for the dead bell to go in that quick, rapid succession, that is worth attention. That is worth attention because the dead bell rarely does that. Rarely does that. That's amazing.
communicating with us.
The Welty House right next to the Brick House Inn. Okay, that's a new location for us. I've never heard of the Welty House. I'll have to run that by Pip. That's the thing about Gettysburg, chat. You can just go there. We could easily do, like, I think we're going to be doing for season 5 a like almost like a Gettysburg roundup. We went to the Cashtown Inn, and then we also stayed at the Dobby Inn. And I think between those two locations, we might be able to get a full, like, 2-episode thing. But then we can go back and easily do, like, just a Gettysburg compilation of either visits to Jenny Wade or visits to the orphanage or the Jenny Wade orphanage and then the 2 inns. There's just so much. There's freaking so much in Gettysburg that, I mean, every season, if we wanted to, we could go every season to Gettysburg and go someplace different, you know? Oren loves Sam and Colby, and I keep trying to get him to watch your YouTube shows. I get it. You can tell Oren I get it. Sam and Colby, they know their audience. They know their audience and they know what they want. And I would just tell Oren, look, if you want to be entertained by the paranormal, watch Sam and Colby. If you want to see a paranormal investigation, watch Uncle T and his buddy Phil. There you go. Let me know when you're headed back to the neighborhood. I will, Rick. I will. Unlike Sam and Colby, I could take Oren on a paranormal investigation, and he can see how the pros really do it. Okay.
Making your voice easier for us to hear, so we can learn more about you. Were you here before the city of Lynchburg?
I think he says you're. Now here's where it gets interesting.
For the city of Lynch.
Yeah. Here's where it does get interesting. Here's where it gets interesting. Okay. GhostTube says not here. But listen to what Phil says right before that. Listen to what Phil says right before.
So I can learn more about you.
Right.
Were you here before the city of Lynchburg?
Were you here? And he says not here.
Or John Lynch.
Before John Lynch?
That's very interesting. That's very interesting. Okay, I'm writing something again, so I better pop that up there.
That's the same also, right? We'll give you a chance.
Sometimes it makes a difference.
Okay.
That's the same also, right? We'll give you a chance.
Sometimes it makes a difference.
This is not quite relevant. Are we speaking to one person? Or are we speaking to many?
Okay.
Finish.
They will be finished.
So what's interesting is that apparently Pip missed two things. She missed me writing down what and what is it. And since I don't know where that happened within this this, we gotta push forward. Oh, this ought to be very interesting here.
Shortly. Not quite finished yet. Please keep talking to T. You tell him. You tell him your name. There is darkness.
Okay. Say when? All right. All right. All right. I'll let you
There
guys
is
know.
darkness.
Gettysburg never
But this
disappoints.
floor is probably
It never
dark,
does.
right?
Yeah.
Always.
Are you in the darkness at the end of the hallway? Nope. Wait, what?
Maybe it could mean like darkness is in, you know, like
Okay, I'm writing something down. I think I know what it is. Let's see if Pip catches it.
hard to communicate. Do you see what I mean?
Oh yeah, I do.
Hard to communicate. Do you see what I mean?
Oh yeah, I do.
Rain.
Justified.
Now, what's really interesting about this, and I'll tell you when it happens, if you notice in GhostTube, if you notice, while it's saying the word justified, there are three, like, beep, beep, there's like a rapid beeping. That is the built-in EMF alert, and Pip's not moving. So something is setting off the EMF alerting, the EMF system built into GhostTube, which I find very, very interesting. So
Rain.
Justified.
Is there anything we can do
Not
to make it
exactly.
easier?
is there anything we can do? Not exactly. Wow.
Not
That's what I find really fascinating about some of these devices that we take into the field. Sometimes they'll be quiet all night, or they'll just just spit out noise. But then there's like like this, where it just feels like it's just being set off by some of the weirdest things.
Is there anything we can do
Not
to make it
exactly.
easier
Wow.
for you to communicate?
Just said not exactly.
Can we make this easier for you somehow?
That's really interesting. Is there anything we can do? Not exactly. Very, very interesting. Okay, I'm writing something down
Are you
here.
someone that watches over this building? What is the value?
The value is connection. That's why we're here tonight. That's why we're here.
Okay. So this doesn't sound like the Ovilus at all. So that first one might have also been the Ovilus.
We're here tonight. We're here to make a connection, and there's value in that.
Did you hear that noise?
What did it sound like?
Sounded like a knock from the other side of this wall.
I thought.
Okay, let's see if we heard it.
That's why we're here tonight. We're here to make a connection, and there's value in that.
Did you hear that noise?
The value is connection. That's why we're here tonight. We're here.
Oh, I did hear that knock. Good catch, Connor.
We're here.
All right.
Is connection. That's why we're here tonight.
Wow, that pops. Because we're the only people in the building. That's the thing. We're the only people in the building. Also, for those of you on Twitch, attention, attention, all personnel. Ads in 25 seconds. Ads in 25 seconds. That is all. There you go. Okay. Again, for those of you on YouTube, you're not going to be worrying about any interruptions. So you all should be good. But right now,
Here.
yeah.
To make a connection.
Let me see if I can find that.
That's why we're here tonight.
Wow, that's a very hard knock. Wow. And I think I'm just going to go on ahead and mark that the production, because wow, that's intense. Now for knocks, again, I still make it 10 seconds, but we kind of change things up a bit here. So I'm going to go in and turn off scaling. Yeah, just for this one, I'm going to turn off scaling. Let me get 100%, but then I'm going to change to what I call the, I call this chat the Old Spirits font. Not this, but you'll see it in a second. All right, so I do that, and I go to here, and I say 1942. Yeah, maybe not this big, but that is. And what you might notice about the font for what I call the font for Old Spirits, yes, it's supposed to be reminiscent of the X-Files. They did something weird with the font on the stream. It doesn't look like the X-Files font. It honestly, chat, looks like a bad. It does. It looks like a bad courier font that I for some reason they chose that, and I don't understand why. All right. Okay, why aren't you letting me move it over there? Why is that? Oh, I know why. Because I moved it over here. There we go.
That's why we're here tonight. We're here to make a connection, and there's value in that.
Did you hear that noise?
What did it sound like?
Sounded like
Question for you: are you still doing Fireside Lore? I know I've not been around a lot of late. I always love those streams. You are not the only one to ask about Fireside Lore, Rick, and because I know that Panic has asked about it, has donated towards it. I know Randy has asked about it. And here's the thing about Fireside Lore. I want to bring back Fireside Lore, but, we don't have a fireside for it. Technically, I could do it on the porch and get like a fake fire on there, I guess. But I really want the fireside aspect of it. And one of the things that I know that Pip and I have talked about for next year is what we're going to do with we don't really have a backyard to this house, but we have a side yard. A little fenced in area. And yeah, I know you've donated to it. It really comes down to getting an actual proper place to put a sensor or a fire pit or have a. I mean, I've already told Pip I would love for us to just stone over the side yard. And Pip said, if we get a fire pit, it's going to be substantially smaller. And I said, absolutely. I really. If I could have a stone fire pit half the size of the one I had in Northern Virginia, I'd be thrilled, because I loved that fire pit. As many of you know, I love that fire pit. Secondhand. Oh my God! Redeeming a No Kid Hungry donation.
Yes. More of that. Please.
Thank you for that.
More of that.
Thank you for that $25 dono. I'm going to drop that ASAP. And I have to also figure out when would be a good time to do a charity stream for them. It's been a little harder with the new format for the stream and everything like that. But we'll figure out something. We'll definitely figure out something. Okay. Back to it, shall we? Back to it. But yes, great question. Great question. And no, there's no pressure. I know that's something I would like to bring back to the stream. It may not be Fireside Lore from Destiny though. That's the one thing. And I gotta look at that. I've got to look at Okay, what kind of lore could I do? I'm sure there's some Magic the Gathering lore I could do. I'm sure there is, and that would be fun to do by the fireside. Especially the stuff from Duskmorn. The Duskmorn lore might be a lot of fun. Okay, back to it.
A knock from the other side of this wall.
I thought I heard that. I didn't know if it was T moving.
No, he didn't move.
Okay.
I definitely heard that noise.
Yeah. Okay. I
Sounded
heard
like right
that.
behind Pip,
Yeah.
like on the other side of the wall.
Is that you?
Like either something fell or
Yeah.
a knock.
Is that you making that noise?
5.
I think I'm going to move that knock up here. Whoops.
Is that how many people are up here?
No, wait, was that it again?
5.
There it is again. All right, so just to review, this is what we've caught so
The
far.
value is connection. That's why we're here tonight. We're here to make a connection, and there's value in that.
Did you hear that noise?
What did it sound like?
Sounded like a knock from the other side of this wall.
I thought I heard that. I didn't know if it was T moving.
No, he didn't move.
Okay.
I definitely heard that noise.
Yeah. Okay. I
Sounded
heard
like right
that.
behind Pip,
Yeah.
like on the other side of the wall.
Is that you?
Like either something fell or
Yeah.
a knock.
Is that you making that noise?
5. Is that how many people are up here?
Chat, I just realized something. We're on the 5th floor. We are on the 5th floor. And I randomly threw out there in this spirit writing session 5.
I suggest you let that one marinate.
5, everybody. Just throwing that out there. 5. Woo. Okay. And no worries. Get some rest. And thank you again, secondhand. Thank you very much for being here. Appreciate it. If that's a coincidence, that's a hell of a coincidence. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Is that how many people are up here?
And nobody here is putting that together. Nobody here is putting that together.
Is that a hand? It's got 4 fingers and a
I
thumb.
think it's a hand. Usually makes sense, like something knocking, showing a hand. Ooh, I just got a spider.
Is that a hand? It's got
Okay. So so this is where I start doodling something. Now, what I try to do here is I try to replicate using the drawing tools in Premiere, which are, I'm going to be the first one to tell you, they're very limited. So let me see if I can do this. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to do this, I don't think. Let's just try. That's kind of what I made. Now, here's the thing. I've got a. So this is something new that I'm trying in the in the in the video production is that if I draw a picture, I basically try to replicate it. So that's what the graphic looks like. It's it's bizarre. I don't even know why I did this, but there it is. Okay, now I have to treat it like the other text. So I'm going to center this up. I'm going to make it 10 seconds in length. I'll show you what I actually drew in the. I'll show you what I drew in just a second. So let's see. So we got the knock, and then spherical blur. Okay, so here we go.
Noise?
5. Is that how many people are up here?
Oh, right. I forgot. I have to also make it zoom in. So hold on a second. Let me go back to here. And then we go, let's see, scale. We'll go 90. All right. And then I've got to move it. So now I move it to the roughly the same. Okay, so this position. This thing is positioned at 1550 and 400. Okay, so 1550, 400, and then it looks like this.
5. Is that how many people are up here? Is that a hand? It's got four fingers and a thumb.
So this was what I drew. I don't know if you can see that, but this is one of the things that I drew. So yeah. Hey, Shauna. Let Shauna know that I said hey. Hey, Shauna. And you have a good night, okay? And Rick, again, we will talk about when/if we get back up to Gettysburg sometime soon, okay? And yeah, so I kind of drew 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, I drew 4 and not 5 fingers. So let's see if I can get rid of any of these things. Can I do this? Oh, it looks like I can. So hold on a minute. Let's see if I can get rid of this one. So if I delete that. Oh, no. Oh, crud. Okay. It deletes the entire hand. I don't want to delete the entire hand. I just want to delete this part of it. Okay. All right. I mean, I haven't tried this before, but this is really testing my abilities with Premiere. I have rarely used the drawing tools. And what I'm trying to do is I need to get rid of these things. So, oh, wait. Aha! That's what I'm looking for. That's close enough. That's close enough to what I drew. 10-4 out. All right. Whew. I'm telling you, this and I know there's a shape that I have to draw in the Wildwood episode, and that's gonna be a pain in the keister. I might just scan it and just drop it in,
That noise?
just to make it easier for myself.
5. Is that how many people are up here? Is that a hand? It's got 4 fingers and a
I
thumb.
think it's a hand. It makes sense of like something knocking, showing a hand. Ooh, I just got a spider web feeling on
Yeah.
Now, the problem is, it would be great to be able to say, oh, wow, all that happens, then Phil gets touched. The problem is that when someone gets touched, it's really a personal experience. And unfortunately, personal experiences are not easily documented. The closest I think we've come to it was there was a moment where it was myself, Pip, Tina, Phil, and the Ghoulie girls, and we were all at a plantation, and we were in the smokehouse, and I started to feel unwelcome. I felt like I was sort of not a fifth wheel, but if there was something in that smokehouse, it didn't care for me. I might have reminded them of somebody, or it was just something that just was not copacetic with what was going on, in that space. And so I went on ahead and I left, and I'm standing outside. And as I'm standing outside, I got this strong smell. Now this was one of those instances where somebody was smoking a cigarette on the premises and things like that. But what I was smelling was not that kind of smoke. It was like a hickory smoke, like the kind of smoke that people find pleasant, when there's barbecue or something like that. We were near the smokehouse, and I thought that was interesting. So I go back inside, and everybody's sharing with me what they experienced, and I said, yeah, the only weird, and I said, yeah, the only thing I thought was weird was I was outside and I had this really strong smell of hickory in my nose, like people were smoking meat, and everybody in the group just froze. And I found out later on the video, as I'm checking the video, right before I came in, they said, "Do you guys smell that? It's something that smells like you're smoking meat, like it's hickory or something like that." Now, that is what we call a personal experience. But the fact that I corroborated it from coming outside, and they were inside and they could smell it as well, that's where it gets interesting. And that is as close as you can get to a personal experience where one person is isolated from somebody else, and you share something like that. So, yeah, that I found interesting. But for me to draw a hand, and then for Phil to say, "Oh yeah, someone's touching," or they could be, knocking on the door, all that could come into play. But do I think Phil's sudden cobwebby, spiderwebby feeling on the arm, which a lot of people think is what happens what it feels like when someone from the other side touches you? I don't know. That's a personal experience, and it's just very hard to corroborate it with everything. But then you got the dead bell going off. You've got the knocking. It's compelling. It's very compelling what's going on here.
Yeah.
Did you just touch me? I definitely got the feel.
Okay.
Throne.
Now I'm drawing something, so or I'm either writing something down or I'm drawing something. Oh, that is not what I wanted to do. Let's see.
It's okay if you did touch me. Just want confirmation.
Flight.
Now I vaguely remember this. I felt like I was seeing, suddenly seeing a lot of imagery in my head about flying. About in fact, at one point I draw a plane and then I write out the word bomber. So I might have to.
It's okay.
I might have to ask Pip if she can do some research and find out anything more about that.
I definitely got the feel.
Thrones.
Throat?
Thrones.
Yeah, throat. Okay.
Feel.
Thrones.
It's okay if you did touch me. Just want confirmation.
Flight. We got flight before.
And there it goes again. It's weird. It is very rare for the EMF to be legit. Usually iron or some kind of metal sets it off. But this is again a weird time where GhostTube is going off and it's also alerting us of EMF spikes at the same time. That's really interesting. I love GhostTube. I think it's a terrific app. There's some people that are really on the fence about it, but I really like it. It says thank you and EMF alerts. Because it's not doing it once. It's doing it rapid fire.
Flight. We got flight before.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And everything else tends to go off. And the thing about the dead bell is triggered by EMF.
Just want confirmation.
Flight. We got flight before.
Yeah.
Oh, darn it.
Yeah.
I think it's saying cough.
Yeah.
I think it's saying coffin, which is really interesting. And then right after this, the dead bell goes off. And that's what's very compelling is that the EMF alerts are happening, indicating spikes of EMF, and then the dead bell goes off. So yeah, really fascinating stuff here. This is where it gets interesting, because a lot of things are starting to line up here. A lot of the devices are starting to work together now, and there are some skeptics. In particular, I know Beardo Gets Scared says this a lot. Beardo says he doesn't like the gadgets because he feels like investigators are letting them do the work for them. And I'm one of those investigators like, no. And I've said this before in 5 Minute Paranormals. I'm one of these people that wants to make sure that the devices are helping me in the field, not doing the work for me. And that is a very fine line that some people walk. Like, and I'll give you an example of when I think Beardo particularly gets critical of the devices in the field. the way Sam and Colby, and now sadly Chris and Selena, tend to take everything that's coming out of the spirit boxes and the Alice box, which as far as the word random word generators go, I'm not a big fan of the Alice box. It feels like it spits out truly random words and nothing is interfacing with it, and it just doesn't feel like it. But the way they shoehorn every word that comes out of that thing as, oh, this is relevant because it's saying this, it's saying this, it's saying this. And I go into that on the video that I did about Sam and Colby visiting Linville Manor. I think that is part of the hang up, is that people are saying, oh, this device is going off, ergo, it's a ghost. And I'm like, no, not necessarily. It's more about when these devices are going off, what's happening in that moment. And you got to pay attention to what's happening in that moment. And like, for example, here,
Throat.
It's okay. if you
it
did
says
touch it.
throat, and then I say flight,
Swan confirmation.
which I'm not really sure what that's,
Flight. We got flight before.
thank you. The EMF alerts, coffin, and then the dead bell rings.
Coffin and locking
And
us
it's
in.
more
So
about
you
the
know that
it's
the-
more about it's really more about what's happening EMF wise. Suddenly there's a lot of EMF kicking up around, and we don't know why, but something we did or something we said is causing, or something in this hallway is causing spikes in EMF that shouldn't be happening. So that's intriguing. That's very intriguing. All right, so let's go back to what we got here. So we got coffin, we got the dead belt, and then ghost tube goes off again.
Thank you. It is coffin and locking us in.
So you know.
Locking us in.
So you know.
It just said cemetery. It just said cemetery, coffin, and then right after that, cemetery.
Locking us.
Now, what does it mean? I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know. I do not know, and I don't feel like I can give a definite answer what's being said here. Is there a pattern to the words? Yes. To some extent, there is a pattern to these words. But I'm trying to figure out what the connection of coffin and cemetery and all this EMF activity, what does that have to do with this building in particular? I do know this. I know that this was a pharmacy at one point. I know that it was also a Social Security building at one point. Have there been any undertakers or anything at this building? Probably not. Not to my knowledge. But I know that for years it was a pharmacy, and it was a pharmacy warehouse. I don't know. We have to do. I have to get my historian, aka my wife, onto it and see what she finds out.
Thank you. It is coffin and locking us in.
So you know that the owners of this building.
And we're getting a lot of activity off of the dead bell. Again, I mean, I feel like I'm contradicting myself with you all by saying, "Oh, it doesn't mean anything," but I'm not saying that. I'm saying that it's. This is the investigation part. We got to find out a little bit more about this building, see if there's any connections at all to a cemetery, coffins, or anything like that.
The owners of this building are putting a lot of love into this space. Does that make you happy? This building's getting some good attention.
Thank you. It is coffin and locking us in.
So you know that the owners of this building are putting a lot of love into this space. Does that make you happy? This building's getting some good attention. This building's getting some good. This building's getting some.
To your right. To your right. At first I thought it said do you right, which would have been really, really relevant to both me and Phil. But I think it said to your right.
Building's getting some good attention.
I think I'm drawing it. The EMF alerts are ridiculous. How do I use this? Hang on. No freezing temps as of yet. No freezing temps, and you're right. That could be if we ever feel any sort of temperature fluctuation. The first thing goes, where are the vents? That's the first thing you should be asking. Where are the vents? Now it works a little differently in Phasmo, or now as I'm hearing some people call it Phas, which I don't like as much as Phasmo. I kind of dig Phasmo, but what's really interesting, Scott, is after you hear Ghost Tube say a word, you start hearing EMF. You start hearing EMF alerts, which I find interesting. That I find way more interesting. Yes, ad break. I know. So let's listen to that again.
Yeah.
Thank you. It is popping and locking up here.
So you know that the owners of this building are putting a lot of love into this space. Does that mean
Okay, so this is what is happening there.
the owners of this building are putting...
I got to figure out how to draw this. Oh, actually, I think I'll use this as a head start. Okay. All right. So there's the hand that I drew, and now I'm drawing this. Let's see. All right. All right. That's a good start. Okay. Yeah, okay. Well, actually, yeah, there we go. All right, and then let's see. I move this over here. And then move this over here. Okay. So I'm going to give you all a quick bit of advice when it comes to working with Premiere. Do not, under any circumstances, draw using the tools in Photoshop, because these tools are going to drive you to drink. Okay. Yeah, I know. It's like a hand turkey. You missed that earlier. But I was going to tell you is one of the things that you missed, give me a minute here, was that we're getting words coming out of GhostTube And then immediately after that, we're getting a lot of alerts of EMF. And what's interesting about that is I've never seen GhostTube do that before we investigated here. So I find that particularly interesting. Okay. Let me zoom out, and then I'm going to zoom in here that way. All right. Okay. Let's see. And then get rid of that. That's almost it, what I drew. But, yep. Something like this. Now, if I zoom out, I can then do this. Because I know this is up here, that's up there. And then, let's see. And then I drew this. Excuse me, everybody. Okay. All right, I gotta draw this out here. Let's see. Yeah, that's as good as it's gonna get. And then here's what I'll do. Again, I'm drawing all this in the spirit writing session. Oh. Wait a minute. Oh, geez. Wait, did that not work? It didn't work. Okay. Normally, chat, I do not do this sort of thing where I'm drawing pictures. It's like playing Pictionary with ghosts, pretty much. All right. Okay, so it won't let me. Apparently, it won't let me do this. It won't let me. What happened here? Oh crap! Sorry, buddy. Give me a second here. I think I gotta fix this now because I accidentally I did something I didn't mean to do. All right. So far, so good. I got to get some swooping lines in here because that's what I did. Okay. Whoa. Actually, that's fine. They don't have to be perfect. They just got to show that I drew swoopy things. To indicate that I was literally drawing something that looked like a plane. Not a very good plane, mind you, but it was a plane nonetheless. There we go. That will work, chat. Perfection. And trust me, the drawing that's in here is not that much better. It's not that much better. But when it's all done, it'll look like this.
It is pumping and locking up there.
So you know that the owners of this building are putting a lot of love into this space. Does that make you happy? This building's getting some good attention?
How do I use it?
Well, I think you're figuring it out. You're doing a good job.
Okay. All right. The good news is that's the last drawing I'll be doing tonight. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, I think you're figuring it out. You're doing a good job. Doing a good job. Doing a good job. You're doing a good job.
I believe that is hot. I believe that is hot. Is what that's what it's saying. So good catch, Scott. Good catch. All right. All right.
What is T-drawing? Is that a bird? Or
Or a plane.
It's
Or
like a
Superman.
plane.
a plane, yeah.
And those are like the contrails, you know, like
I want to leave.
Yeah.
and those are like the contrails.
Okay. All right. Okay.
The contrails, you know, like the motion lights.
You want to leave?
Were you a pilot?
Weirdly enough,
Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting because he says, "Were you a pilot?" And I write, and I'm writing. I then start writing.
it's a plane crash that happened in the 60s up in the Weirdly enough, there is a plane crash that happened in the 60s up in the
Bomber.
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 Okay.
No. Okay, interesting. Now, it could mean a pilot of a bomber. It could mean someone that actually, that was their job on the plane, was to drop the bombs. But they were usually called bombardier. But still.
The house that we live in, the
Wow. And what comes out of Ghost Tube? Soldier.
live in,
That's actually, that's impressive. That's really impressive. Whoops. Okay. The thing you have to be careful about, you've heard me talk about this before, is you just don't want to start building false narratives. It would be better if we could figure out what the connection is between a bomber, a soldier, and this building. But I'm pretty sure it said soldier. We will find out in just a moment because I'm going to do a replay. And again, EMF is going off like crazy on top of that.
Bomber.
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 Okay.
The house that we live in, the
Soldier.
son, Robert Jr., was a bomber pilot in
That's
World
interesting.
War II.
Oh, that's interesting.
He
I
actually- he
think
got-
Ghost Tube just said soldier.
He got-
Then it says hurt.
he
Robert
got,
Jr., you say?
yeah, his name was Robert as well. He got shot down in the Pacific, and he was one of the few people on the bomber that actually managed to survive.
Wow.
Wow.
He came back alive. He became a dentist.
A lot of interesting stuff happening here. But you see, that the story that Pip is telling is not necessarily attached to this building. It's attached to us, but not necessarily this building. So that's where it gets a little complicated. Because I'm more curious about how these words and the narrative that's being built, how is that connected to this particular location?
That's pretty good.
Yeah. So we're talking to another Robert. We got a Robert convention, a confluence of Roberts.
Confluence of Roberts.
Dude who used to work here, his name was Robert too.
Oh my goodness.
He's the guy who trained me.
Okay. It's a popular name around here.
Apparently.
Maybe Robert from our house popped over for a visit. I remember.
Oh. So I was writing something down here. Okay. All right. So I was writing down something here. Okay.
Hey. It's a popular name around here.
Apparently.
Maybe Robert from our house popped over for a visit. I remember
Remember the bomber?
so much. I remember so much.
That's good. Can you tell us some of what you remember? What's your favorite thing that you remember? Something that makes you happy.
I'll have to listen to it again. That's why I'm marking this stuff, Randy. I'm marking it, but then I'm going to be going back when we get into production, and I'll be putting down. I'm going to try to find alternate audio sources and things like that to see if I can double check to make sure it sounded like Soldier, because it did sound like Soldier to me. And I don't know if Pip's Ghost Tube blogs go back that far, but we'll have to see. Yeah. Let's see here. So what do we got? I remember something. Do you remember in September? I love Earth, Wind, and Fire. Don't get me started, man. Don't get me started. This was Dead Bell. Hey, hey, on and on. Suddenly you remember. On and on. Dancing till September. All right.
Something that makes you happy.
Only a few more to go on these, and then they're going to pull me out because the next page is Trans-Allegheny.
One thing you remember that makes you happy.
What is the blue that the floor is picking up?
So that's the blue's colder areas. So that's the floor for the bottom. So
From my perspective right here, it looks like a person like this. But, I can't really see it.
so this here's the floor, right?
Uh-huh.
And this is kind of the spaces along the walls. Did you
Flight.
hear that?
Okay, so I'm writing something down here. Because that's the thing. I want to find out if, when I'm writing, Because Pip thinks that that this is a response to Phil's question of, give me one thing that you that you loved. And I'm writing down flight here, but I got to find out first if that was what Phil asked. So let me take it back a little further.
Remember? What's your favorite thing that you remember? Something that makes you happy.
This could be a response. Hold on. Okay, so Phil says,
That's good. Can you tell us some of what you remember? What's your favorite thing that you remember? Something that makes you happy. One thing you remember that makes you happy.
I'm actually writing down the word flight.
So that's
I'm
the
actually
bluish colder
writing
areas.
down the word
So that's
flight.
the floor.
Wow.
Or the bottom. So
Wow.
From my perspective right here, it
That's
looks like
very
a
cool.
person like this.
That is extremely cool. Okay.
I can't really see it.
So this
Okay.
here's the floor, right?
Uh-huh.
And this is kind of the spaces around the wall. Did you
Flight.
hear that?
That was
Yeah.
me. I didn't make a
Did
sound.
you go
Yeah, I did,
Oh.
because he just wrote flight
again?
again, and you asked what was something good you remembered.
Yeah.
But I see what you're saying. It's kind of going up the wall a little bit here.
Yeah.
It's kind of,
Is that the pillar that was speaking up a little bit?
maybe the bump out, maybe.
Yeah.
Whoop. It's either saying she will leave or she won't leave. So I'm just gonna put both of those in there just to see if we get any. Just to see if I can. So yeah, that time in September, that's where Earth, Wind, and Fire there, Scott. Earth, Wind, and Fire. Oh, it's
Can you
won't.
show yourself to us? Can you show yourself to us? Can you show yourself to us? We're not going to be here too much longer.
I'm not sure what I said. What it said there.
If you got anything you want to say, we're not going to be here too much longer. So if you got anything you want to say, now would be a great time to say it.
Have you?
Oh, that's weird.
What?
Everything went blue for a second on the
Really?
FLIR. Yes. Like that, like everything in that bottom half went blue. And now that really looks like a body shape there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, wow.
If you're speaking through T and you're trying to show yourself, can you give us a message through T?
Passenger.
Passenger.
This all relates to flying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you come over from our house? Or were you here?
Have you ever investigated your house?
No.
That is,
I have researched the house.
Mm-hmm.
can you share your name with us? Because it would really help us figure out more about you. Figure out more. Figure out.
All right. I'm not sure what's said there. So I'm just going to mark it as GhostTube, and I'll do that for the other one because I can't quite make out. Whoops, can't quite make out what's being said. So I'll just say GhostTube, and then here. So it was She Won't Leave. And then there was another one after this.
Can you
Okay.
show yourself to us?
There you go. Right there. It sounds like it starts off with he. And then it just kind of blurs after that. So I'm just going to say it's Ghost Tube. I know it's Ghost Tube. So at least I've got that narrowed down.
We're not going to be here too much longer. So if you've got anything you want to say, now would be
So
a
I got
great time
two
to
more.
say.
I write down all fake
Oh, that's weird.
and then monsters.
Everything went blue for a second on the
Really?
clear. Yes. Like that, like everything in that bottom half went blue. And now that really looks like a body shape there.
Okay, well,
So I've gotta
you're
find-
speaking
I've gotta
through
find
T
this
and you're
clear.
trying to show yourself.
Gotta
Can
find
you
this.
give us a message through T?
passenger.
Passenger.
This all relates to flying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you come over from our house? Were you here?
Have you ever investigated your house?
No.
That is.
I have researched the house.
Can you share your name with us? Because it would really help us figure out more about you. Especially in reference to the flight and the plane.
I think I'm writing something down here. So I'm going to guess that I'm writing down all fake. So there you have it, everyone. Everything we do, it's all fake because the ghosts say so.
Because it would really help us figure out more about you. Especially
You
in
think that
reference to
earlier
the
one
flight
says
and
I
the
don't say?
plane,
Okay.
All that good stuff.
I'll have to go back and take a
Want
listen to
know
that.
more.
All fake. Well,
You don't believe in this stuff? It's kind of ironic.
that would be funny.
Yeah.
That would be fun. A skeptical ghost. I think this is all fake. I do. I think it's all fake, and I'm telling you this from the afterlife.
It's not fake. Scientists have actually worked out.
Okay.
Funny.
Yeah.
It's not fake.
And then I write this down, and I'm not sure where it's coming from, but there it is. Monsters.
Scientists have actually worked out that. It's not fake. Scientists have actually worked out that our brains are connected. Monsters. Well, we don't think they're monsters.
I've got 11:35. When do we want to?
Okay, where did it happen?
I've got 11:35.
Okay.
I've got 11:35. When do we want to tap in?
Do you want to tap them out now? Or,
Yeah, we're gonna tap in.
So you got to write something?
oh, at least you're going to write something.
Am I done?
Yeah. How are you feeling?
Welcome back.
You were under for a while.
What was weird? Oh wait, did Pip touch me at any point? I think.
When do we want to tap in?
Do you want to tap them out now? Or,
Yeah, we're gonna tap in.
So you got to write something?
Oh,
at
okay,
least you're gonna
okay.
write
So she,
something.
man, that freaked me out for a second. I was like, wait, did I just do that automatically?
Am I done?
Yeah.
Well, you know what? This would be a good time for us to take a break, to take a proper break, because we're coming up on an ad break in about 5 seconds. So, for anybody over on Twitch, I'll see you in a moment. For those of you who are on YouTube, I'm going to take a quick break. So, this is a great time for you to stretch, going ahead and get yourself something to drink because sounds like I need something to drink. Yeah, I need something to drink. So going ahead and hydrate. If you haven't taken your meds, please take your meds. And when we get back, we're going to save what we have. Actually, I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to save what I have. And once I have saved it, we're going to go on ahead and we're going to start up a brand new look at some footage that we've got coming up. Yeah. We're gonna walk away from GhostStop. We're pretty much done with GhostStop. So Randy, I hope you got that. I hope you enjoyed that. And we are gonna come back and we're gonna start looking at Wildwood Sanatorium. And while I set up Wildwood Sanatorium, I'll go into some of the history and what was going on there. Okay? All right. So no BRB. I'm just gonna go ahead, leave the music playing. I'll be right back. Nasty little tickle in my throat. It's just end of the. It's kind of it's end of the year allergies. Now, okay, so do one last save just to make sure I've got everything. Then I go back and I put in all the elements, some of the elements that you're seeing here. So there you go. Welcome back, everybody, by the way. I'm ready for fall. I'm ready for cooler temperatures where I don't have to worry about allergies. All right, so I'm going to close this project. And going to open up a brand new project here. And let's see. I'm going to look at where we are here. 0928. Okay, 2024. 2024. 0928. Wildwood. So, I'm going to have to set this up and kind of walk everybody through what it is that this place was all about. Because Holy Hannah was this place bonkers. All right, so this is Wildwood Sanitorium I'm about to take you all to. This is going to be also a still sick but tons better. Oh, that's good. That's good, Mac. I'm glad. I'm genuinely glad to hear that. I am still licking my wounds from from today. I had a I had a very quick game with J-Rock the God and Thormagander with my modified Wayland Yutani deck, and I went down in a blaze of glory. That being said, I did walk away with a very valuable lesson from today's Magic lesson, or today's Magic game, which was I should not fear the mulligan. I should not fear taking a mulligan. Oh, you'll be playing with Mike tomorrow. Oh, sweet as. That's going to be awesome. Okay, well, if he streams it, I'll try to poke my head in and say, hey, yo. No, that's too bad. Well, you know what? If you're getting sleep, that's what's important. All right, so I'm going to go in here, and instead of grabbing the first few files, I'm going to take the first 3 files I got here. I'm going to bring those. I should actually make a Kenneth folder. I'll wait until it's all right. So let me go on ahead and let me bring you all up to speed on Wildwood Sanatorium. First off, I could probably pull up a photograph. Because I know I do have a photograph. Oh, really? Those are the only photographs that I brought back? Ah, that one. That one, I believe, is the actual house. So let me just see. Do I have anything I can open it with? Paint. Or photos. Okay. Right, then photos it is. Open that up in photos. Really? Jeez. Oh, Windows. Oh, Windows. You so cray. You so cray, Windows. I'm gonna try another one. I'm gonna see if Paint can open it. Can Paint open it? Nope, it can't open it either. Man, it freaking hates Max. All right. All right. So let me go to new bin, and I'm gonna make this Kenneth. All right. Well, I can actually show you a picture of this place. Is 5? Yeah. Makes sense. Okay, so let me just see here real quick. All right, let me pop this in real quick. Come on, where are you? Where are you? There I am. There you go. And I can go over here. Actually, I think they're online. Here. Hold on. You kill me every time. Yes, they are here. No posts yet. No. This is. I don't think this is a legit. I don't think that's a legit one. Let me just see here. Okay, so I'm gonna clear that. There we go. Okay, so this is Wild. These are the new owners of Wildwood, actually, and they're doing a lot to try to rescue the place. But this is Wildwood Sanatorium, and it looks like it's a drone shot. We love this place. We absolutely had a blast with this place. But what you'll notice about Wildwood, apart from the fact that it's going through some major renovations, you'll notice that it is it's not real it's really not a big place. And it isn't. It is one submerged floor and 3 floors total. Okay? And as you can see, in relation to other buildings around it, it is roughly the size of a very big old house. So how is this place a sanitarium? So how this place is a sanitarium, and how this place has the reputation that it has, and you'll notice it was built in 1906. It is a beautiful house, and they're doing a great job taking care of it. But this is not unlike Waverly, and unlike Trans-Allegheny. Wildwood is a private sanitarium. And what is the significance of that is you had to be able to afford to go to a place like this. This isn't where they just, the general public just dumps and you're gone like you would at Waverly or at Trans-Allegheny. This place is a private sanitarium. So if you were going to this place, you had money. You had influence. This is where you went to, not to be put away, but to get better. And I think that is the most dramatic difference between a place like Wildwood and a place like Trans-Allegheny or Waverly. Okay, and that's what you need to know about this place, is that you had to be able to afford to be in this place. Some other things that you might want to know about Trans-Allegheny, about Wildwood, is that along with it being a private facility, I would dare say this was one of our more successful live streams. We started streaming both on YouTube and on Twitch, and we went well over 9 hours. So yeah, that was a good run for us. We had a excuse me. We had a really solid showing on there, and that was the night. I don't mind this little humble brag, but that was the night on Twitch where Elbel had dropped people on us when we were doing a live investigation, and I want to say it was probably some of the highest stats that we've ever had for a live investigation. So I was very proud of that, and I was also very, very appreciative of the lovely Elbel who dropped their community on us while we were there. Now, let's check something here. Now, all that being said, it's going to be interesting to see how we shot this, because yeah, there was I want to say I really want to say that we were. Don't say not responding, please. Don't say not responding. I want to say there was because of the way the house was set up, there were some things that I could have recorded better, but I only had like one angle to shoot from. It was a complicated place. The house was unique in that respect. That's the only way I can describe it. It was really unique. Let me see if there's a list. I want to see. Okay, so all right, so list is fine. Okay, so let's go to large icons. I want to see where I'm at for some of this stuff. Because I want to say that my secondary angle could have been a better angle. I might have been shooting down a hallway. I was taking this place in. It doesn't have. The best way to describe this place is that it had the same vibe as Trans Allegheny, but it was a lot tighter of a space. A lot tighter of a space. And the other way that I would describe Wildwood was that whatever was there, I don't want to say it was unfriendly, but I would definitely say it was lurking. There was a very lurkish vibe about Trans Allegheny, and I know that there probably could be several different ways that we could have said that better, but that's all I can say. It's just, yeah. What's this? Sorry, I just got a comment. The first thing, okay, so, you all have heard me talk about statistics for Old Spirits investigations on YouTube. Well, one of our more popular posts is a 5-minute paranormal, and this 5-minute paranormal was about. It was a review we did of GhostTube, and it basically says GhostTube legit or lame. And yeah, we kind of went for it. I don't mind saying we kind of went for it with this one. And this was when GhostTube first came out. So we just got and for a 3-year-old video, I think it's a 3-year-old video. For a 3-year-old video, it is still bringing in a lot of commentary, a lot of comments. And here's one that just came in. The first thing it said to me when I did it was living room, which I'm sitting in. It then told me I'm behind you, but then started saying random things. I'm not really sure it works. I asked questions, got very long pauses, and just random stuff that honestly made no sense to me. So give me a second here. I want to go on ahead and answer this real quick. Thank you for watching our 5-minute paranormal. Paranormal on GhostTube. We recommend you have a look at our follow-up at. All right, and then I go here. And I go to view all. And under here, I have debunking GhostTube. Yep. 1,000 views in 4 months. Not bad. Not great, but not... 30 Rodkin. Not great, but not bad. Okay, sorry. Let's see. Copy. Okay. shit, you did it. I sometimes really frickin' hate. The woods are cool, but I'm getting seasick. What did I reply with? Fair assessment, yeah. Many times MT'd them. Great work, guys. Oh, that's nice of them. That's not what I was looking for. Updated. First thing it said. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, I have to type it over again. So everybody just stay with me here. Remarkable stuff happening in the Tucson region. Don't miss it. Remarkable stuff happening in the Tucson region. Don't miss it. What is happening in the Tucson region, if you don't mind me asking, if you're still, and I hope you're still here. Yeah, I know, ghosty stuff. Your request has been forwarded to an automatic voicemail. Let's see. So thank you for watching our 5-minute paranormal on GhostTube. We recommend you watch our follow-up. And then I drop the paste. I drop the YouTube link in here. Okay. Which may answer a few other questions. As for the randomness of words, that's normal. This is where it gets very tricky, and I don't want to make it sound like I'm talking, you know, I'm talking down, I mean, I've been to Tucson before, and I love that. I love the area. It's a great area, man. But remarkable stuff happening in the Tucson region. Don't miss it. Great. I mean, I will say this is the first time I've ever been spammed for a tourist guide, but I appreciate it. I just wasn't sure if they were talking specifically about paranormal slashes, as Randy said, ghosty stuff. Because yes, that area, it's on my to-do list. Now I will say I'm not going to do the Clown Motel. I will not be investigating the Clown Motel anytime soon. And I have a very good reason, because that's a crock of crap. Okay, it is a cheese-tastic. It's a cheese-tastic tourist trap. It's really what it is. And I don't mind saying. The last time I saw anybody go to the Ghost Motel, I really got the impression that the people running it are completely off their rocker. Completely off their nut. I mean that 100%. If you're in the Tucson area, I'll tag along for a hunt. Okay, that's good to know, Mac. It's good to know. Be fun. Okay, so as for the randomness of the words, that's normal. Devices and apps like GhostTube, the Paratech, and the famous Ovilus are all considered random word generators. So in some cases, they may never go off. Or spew completely, or spew noise. That makes no sense. However, in some places, we have held full-on conversations. The trick is separating the signal from the noise. Just be wary if you are running this, if you run this app or any other paranormal devices in your home, unless you really want to know if anything is lingering. If so, do some homework on the history. Thank you for bearing with me, everybody. This is kind of I'll explain why this is kind of important. Do some homework on the history of where you live and the property your home sits on. Again, thanks for watching. So, I'm doing this for several reasons. One thing I've learned in my in my few years on YouTube, I've learned the sooner you can get back to replies and replying on something, the better it is for your analytics. That's a hard fact. Attention, all personnel. Ads in 35 seconds. Ads in 35 seconds. That is all. And I'm also trying to do it because the thought is fresh in my head, and I want to make sure that I get to it. That's really what it boils down to. And I kind of want to be able to respond to these different things. I want to respond in a way that is pleasant, it's polite, but it's never condescending, and that can be tough. That can be kind of tough. He says he's interested. It's very different, but he likes it. I feel like the scary clowns are overdone these days. Well, that's so. What we're talking about though, and I don't think it's out in Tucson, but I think it's out in that area. Is this place called the Clown Motel? And it's infamous for quote unquote being haunted, but really where it's interesting is there's the motel itself, but there's this old graveyard, literally connected to the property, and the graveyard dates back to the time of the Wild West. So is there a history there? Yes, there's definitely some history there. But what I don't particularly care about the Clown Motel is looking at it. It does not look good. I mean, it looks like a place where it wouldn't surprise me at all if you woke up with a scorpion in your bed or something like that. It just there's also the knocks and the pings in the wall could literally be rats. I'm not saying the place is gnarly or nasty or anything, but yeah, I'd have more of a fear of the bed bugs than I would of what happens at the Clown Motel. I'm not saying that the Clown Motel is a rundown establishment. I'm not saying a bad thing about it. I'm just saying that it's I would rather spend money getting to like the Washoe Club or somewhere in Virginia City, Nevada. That has happened to me other with no clowns or ghosties. Yeah, exactly. Scorpions in the bed? Yeah, no thanks. No thanks. I think it is in Nevada. I think it is in Nevada, if I remember correctly. But no, I've been to Tucson before, and I love Tucson. And there are some places in Nevada. There are some places in Arizona that I wouldn't mind getting access to if I could. I mean, again, that's one of the things that I tell everybody when they're starting off is if you really want to know what's the best thing starting off in paranormal investigation, it's access. Getting access to a location. And no shade to the owner of Fountain Gimmick. Oh, yeah.
Anyone want a hug?
Exactly. By the way,
No
hi,
hugs.
baby. How you doing? Okay, so let me just check and see what I've got here. ST13 and ST41. 13 and 14. STE. Oh, okay. STE is not my normal... Hang on. I just want to double check and make sure I've got the right audio here. While I'm checking on things with the different audio that I have, honey, did you want to add anything about? Oh no, that was it is STE. Okay, so I was using. Okay, I thought for some reason I was using. Man, I don't remember anything about it. This is going to be a rude awakening. I think this is going to be a rude awakening. So I was just going to say, honey, do you remember anything about, or did you want to add anything? I mentioned what separates Wildwood Sanatorium from places like Trans-Allegheny and Waverly. I mentioned that it's a beautiful home from the turn of the century, but but inside it does make you feel like a little claustrophobic. And the way I would describe the house is a bit like something is lurking around every corner. What do you think? I'd love to know how you remember it and what do you think of it. Let me know your thoughts and share them with the class. I'd love to hear what you thought of this place. So this particular investigation chat is going to be our season finale. And I probably will not count. I will know when I will pick up the investigation from. But what I want to do is I want to first just have a look at the casual introduction of this place before we do our vigil, just to see if we caught anything. But this will also give you an idea of how intimate the space is. I think that's a great way to describe it, how intimate the space is. So let me just pull up the first hour, and I'm going to drop in this. Okay. How's that for an opening frame, everybody? Maybe I will put this in there. Or I could probably put it in just the scene. Now, what's important to know about this particular chit chat that we're going to have at this in this part of the investigation, I am out on the patio. I'm out on the patio porch. Sorry, not patio. The porch. I'm out on the porch of Wildwood. Sun is setting. As you can see, there's a little bit of light left. And I tell you something, the area that we were in was so fascinating. It turns out that the area where Wildwood is it's a Native American reservation. And it was a Native American reservation that they gave back. There were all these white folks that moved into this area. And then the government stepped in and said, yeah, we're giving this land back. And so Native Americans got a chance to go up to the white man and say, pack your shit up. This place is mine now. And that is not an exaggeration. Now, again, that does mean that things work a little differently in this area. But one of the things that I noticed about this particular corner of Western New York is that there is a very, very nice reservation casino that's run by the native tribe there. Not bad food, actually pretty good food. But it's what you think it is. It's a casino, and they had George Thorogood coming there, and I was like, damn, not too bad. You owe us rent. Yeah, exactly. More like, yeah, you owe us rent now. It was a very nice area. It was a very nice area. So anyway, but that is where Wildwood is located, and I am in the porch. The owners of Wildwood, a very young couple, as I should add. I should let you know, Pip. Rick and Odin. One of his Odin. Did I get that right? Rick. I just want to make sure I want to make sure I'm getting the pronunciation of his name right. They want to join us sometime when we get up to Gettysburg again. So I'm thinking if not Jenny Wade, we've been talking about going back to Homestead, the Homestead Orphanage. So either that or Farnsworth Inn. We introduce Rick's kiddo to how paranormal investigation is done, which is not the way the boys from LA do it, if you understand my meaning. All right. So anyway, let me get back to this. Sorry. So I am outside on the patio. Pip and the other people that we're with, they are getting a tour of the place. That is very important to know. And I'm going to probably say something about that in the actual episode. But it was fun being able to do this because I just thought, I'll go ahead and I'll chit chat with Twitch and YouTube while everybody's getting the tour. Because I wanted Pip to be informed. I wanted to come in a little colder, a little more raw when it came to the facts of what the place was all about. All right, so I'm going to call this, instead of that, I'm going to call it. I'm going to call this segment introduction. So let me go on ahead and turn it down, just in case we catch anything. And that's why I turned down the music here. I want to make sure, just in case we catch anything. Let's see. Let me remind myself of what I said to chat that night. Oh, that's right. I remember. When I downloaded this, the audio was kind of foobarred. So, yeah, that's right. Everything, I sound like a chipmunk through the whole thing, don't I? Do not worry, I have a backup plan.
As you can hear by the sound on the tin roof, I'm actually gonna wave the ring just so you can see this place.
Yeah, that is not gonna necessarily make a really compelling video. Let's see if my plan B works. To the YouTubes! To the YouTubes, everyone. So we go to... And this is a beautiful thing about YouTube. Beautiful thing about it is the lives on YouTube stay up a lot longer than the lives of Twitch. Now, I just have to go back to, let's take a look, because I did a lot of lives. I do a lot of lives. We're in November now. And here's the other thing that I really love about it. Pip and I did this the week after I got back from TwitchCon. So it's like I go to TwitchCon, I do a panel with Just Sam, Detoon, Steve Saylor, and myself about Phasmo for Real, streaming paranormal investigations. And yeah, we had a great time. Now let me see. I just want to just double check and see how this sounds. You can see by the, as you can hear by the sound on the tin roof. I'm actually going to brave the rain just so you can see this place. But yeah, we're running a little late. We are running a little late. Okay, so I sound good. I sound good there. Now, what's even better about this is that I can go back to here, and I can say, please to download this Wildwood investigation. Why did I turn the monetization off on that? No way, dude. We're just going to say none of the above because it's alive. I'll submit it. Download. It was 6 hours and 9. Actually, this was one of our more successful streams, but it was 6 hours and 9 minutes. Now, why the Wildwood Sanatorium? It says Wildwood Sanatorium audio, and it's only 35 minutes. I don't understand that. But yeah. So while that downloads, as much as I want to risk it for the biscuit and download Hinsdale as well while I'm here, I'm not. I'm just going to go on ahead and let this download. And just see. It says 10 minutes left on it, so not bad. The only way I will know if there is a problem with this video if if I play it and it has that chipmunk voice again. But yeah, that was the thing, is that I remember now. I think I tried several times to download it, and it basically gave me fast forward. It gave me the chipmunk voice. But when I would play it before I downloaded it, it would sound normal. But my backup is YouTube. YouTube has already saved my bacon several times this season, and I've learned to really appreciate the fact that YouTube has kept all of these different lives of different ghost tours that I've done. And I was saying this was one of our more successful investigations with live streaming. This one lasted like 6 hours and 9 minutes. That was only topped by the USS North Carolina at the top of the year. We toured the orphanage, and it is spooky for sure. Nothing went off, but it was the first time we heard the story. Yeah. Well, the thing is, we are overdue for going back there, Rick, because when we went there the first time, the chapel was not open to the public. That was not that was not an option. You basically got in and you saw the original like area where everybody congregated, but there was no chapel to speak of. We have never investigated Farnsworth, and there are some places that we had to be a little covert to. You have now entered the back rooms. Yeah, pretty much, Scott. That's a great way to look at it. Okay, so that's going to take a moment to download. So let me just see if there's. Oh, so I should also mention this too. So this was a weekend. We actually spent a weekend investigating, and we were with the Association for Paranormal Study, and that is the group that Alex Mitsuo, whom I am overdue for following up with. Alex Mitsuo, they are the person that has founded this organization, and you already saw in this particular season me working with Ted Willis, who is a delightful individual, great guy, and he was our guide on the USS North Carolina, and we had a great time with him. It was myself, it was Ashlina, her husband Pip, her husband Kev, Pip, and then John Walker also joined us, and Ted Willis was there, and Ted's part of APS. So this was actually our first weekend where we got. Oh, no, this was our second outing with APS. Our first outing, we took. Well, I say we took, but we really didn't. We just basically tagged along. But it was Alex, and she was not. They were not feeling very well. But they managed to power on through the weekend, and we were giving them a sort of a up close and personal look at Linville Manor. But this was our first outing where instead of us being the, I guess you could say, lead investigators, ABS took a lead. We grabbed the last two spots, and we went on this weekend of investigations with them. The first place we did was the Hinsdale house, and Hinsdale has quite the reputation. A lot of people know Hinsdale for a variety of reasons, and would that make for a good gaming stream? What the are you talking about, Scott, the Backrooms? There is a Backrooms video game, I know that, and it's a survival game. And the idea is you're supposed to survive, I guess, Slender Man or the Slender Man creatures because they're wandering around in the back rooms. Is that what you're talking about? But Hinsdale has quite the reputation. I felt like the site itself was okay. I was less than impressed. It's a creepy house because of how it's built. It's just, I would say that. It is a creepy place because of how it's built. And what I mean by that is there is a stairwell that takes you to the second floor of the Hinsdale house. But there is no landing between where the kids would sleep and where... There's no landing between where the kids would sleep and the master bedroom. So literally, if you want to go from the master bedroom over to the other side where the kids would sleep, you literally had to either precariously step on the top step or just jump from one side of this tiny, barely one-person corridor, fit for one-person corridor, to the other side. Please hold. Pip just sent me something here. The building in 90T Commerce Street had been the Strother Drug Company in 1908. Subsequently housed the Jobbing House clothing store for many years. Recently, it housed an advertising firm, but the building remaining largely vacant. Representative of the Housing Authority had been searching for property in the downtown area, which would have been sufficient relocation of its operations. Support the efforts of downtown revitalization. After looking at a number of possible sites in the downtown area, the authorities selected 918 Commerce Street as a good location. Secured an option to purchase the property. SunTrust Bank submitted an attractive financing arrangement to the authority, and the property was purchased in March 2002. Had the return of BCWH to conduct a feasibly study to examine the property at 918 to determine if it would be suitable for the authorities' administration. Okay. Basically, Pip is sending me different things about menswear. So it was also. It turns out that the location where GhostStop is, it was, as you heard me say earlier, it was the Strother Drug Company, but it was also a men's clothing store. So nothing really to do with pilots, nothing really to do with soldiers, unless soldiers after the war would come there to get a suit, which is a possibility. Again, that is a possibility. Okay. Oh, but what I was going to say was that we really saw how APS did things. They did things a little differently than we would. Like one of the things that they did differently, and you'll see it when I start really getting into this footage, is you see that they Spence, I will tell you how it is in about 2 minutes, because it turns out that the reason I can't review the footage right now is that the stream, unfortunately, the stream that I downloaded from Twitch sounds like this. Please hold.
Away the rain just so you can see this place. But yeah, we're running a little late. We are running a little late. But we're at Wildwood Sanitorium tonight, and because of the rain, it got dark real fast. It got dark real fast. So there's a lot of things going on right now, everybody. I can't even begin to tell you. Today was an absolutely fantastic day. Like one of the days that you remember for the rest of your life because everything just seemed to fall into place. Everything just seemed to be, in tune. So yeah.
Yeah. But it's okay because right now I am downloading the live stream from YouTube, and hopefully we won't have a problem. I already looked at the YouTube replay, and it sounded fine. So if I download this, and it is and if I download this, pull it into Premiere, and Premiere says yes, it is 6 hours and 9 minutes long, we are golden. So here's the thing about PTSD. If keep in mind, Scott, they didn't call it PTSD. The term PTSD is a very modern concept, and in the in the post wars of World War I and World War II, you didn't talk about that. You did not talk about that. So it really didn't become a thing, I think, until after Vietnam, and then people started really looking at it. Shell-shocked was actually a term, I think, that was brought up after World War I. And I want to say it went from shell-shocked to battle fatigue. That was another one you heard quite a bit. Battle fatigue. So yeah. All right, so let's see what we got here. I'm going to pull up the folder. All right, there it is, Wildwood Sanatorium. It is 2.7 gigabytes, which is what I was hoping for. Now let's look. Let's look. If you don't mind, chat, let's look. Thank you, everybody, for bearing with me on this. This is the magic of working live with footage review, because I didn't know that the footage review was foobarred. The footage was foobarred. Okay, so here's the stream file that I have, and the MP4 file is 9.9. That's weird. So wait a minute. So what is? Hang on. I just want to check something here. Do I need to do this by hand? Because I want to say, hang on. Yeah, this is only 30 minutes. Yeah, it's still foobarred. Okay. All right, just checking. All right, so let me see what happens when I drop and copy this in. Okay. Well, so it went from shell shock to battle fatigue, and then battle fatigue became. I want to say the first time I ever heard the terms PTSD or post traumatic stress disorder was after. It was after Operation Desert Storm. That was when I heard it for the first time, was Desert Storm. I mean, what does that mean? I don't know. I don't know what I don't know if they had the same if they had the same term, if they even had PTSD for soldiers that came back from Vietnam. But when you think about it, Vietnam was probably when people stopped and said, you know what? I think these guys have seen some shit. And then people started backtracking on that sort of thing, on calling it something like battle fatigue or whatever. So yeah, But I mean, actually, I think Twitch Mom is closer about that. Some World War II vets, pilots, bombers, that sort of thing, they probably sold men's because, you know, you didn't want to buy a suit from a woman in the 1940s or 1950s. You bought it from dudes. You know, that was the way menswear worked. You know, so yeah, that could be a thing. That could be a thing. So going back to what you said, Spence, or what you first asked, the review is actually going better than you might think. I basically said tonight I was going to crack into the Wildwood footage, and I am. It just may not be for as long as I had hoped, because I know that Kenneth doesn't really kick in until we move to where they did different kinds of exams. And that was when I remembered, oh yeah, I need to hit record to have this camera work. As far as where Taika is, I'm trying to remember where I put Taika. But I do remember that the space that we were in was pretty tight. It was pretty tight. Did we get any cigar smells in GhostStop? I did not smell any, no. I did not smell any. We were getting some knocks. But I don't particularly remember any smells or anything like that. So, short answer for that is no, baby. I have no idea. I mean, I suppose I could try to slow down this. Maybe that's why I have this audio extracted, and why I was gonna try to do some pokery jiggery, but that's gonna really screw up the quality of the audio. So I just have to hope that me copying over this file is going to be. I gotta hope, and I gotta remain confident that YouTube is going to come through, because man, YouTube has been batting perfectly. They have been batting a flawless record so far in this season, because I've had some really bad situations where I haven't had footage to deal with, and YouTube was there for the cleanup. So hopefully we are good. Okay, we got something else coming in from Pip. Contract awarded to be erected by the Struther Drug Company on Commerce Street. Building will be 6 stories with a cellar. Be equipped with all modern appliances for fire protection and business purposes. The building, when completed and equipped, will represent an outlay of about $40,000. Tidy sum, Mr. Bigglesworth. Straightforward begin office quarters and sample rooms. The buildings will be 35, given 30,000 square feet of floor space, or doubling. The firm of Jones Adams. Okay, this is all good stuff. I mean, that's stuff we're gonna need for when we get things going. By the way, thank you everybody for being here, both on YouTube and on Twitch. I appreciate your patience. We've had a slight technical setback / difficulty in that I forgot when I pulled down the stream from Twitch, the audio and video were a little problematic. Let's put it that way. It was a little problematic. I could try to fire up Adobe Audition and see if by slowing it down what that would do. But the problem with that is when you slow it down, it creates different artifacts. It creates weird stuff in the audio. So it's not a perfect solution trying to slow down audio, particularly when the audio is that fast. So hopefully YouTube will. Now, the other option I have, and it is an option, I would just have to, I obviously couldn't do it tonight, but I would do it overnight. What I could do is I could play YouTube and I could re-record on full screen. I could re-record the entire stream. And hopefully I should have enough room on one of my hard drives to capture it. But yeah, that would be the last ditch effort. That truly would be the last ditch effort. See, to me, this doesn't sound industrial. This sounds like cyberpunk. It sounds too clean. sounds too clean. Okay, here we go. So we have copied this onto the drive. Let's see what happens. I'm going to rename it to just Wildwood Sanatorium live stream. I mean, I dig it. I should probably put this down as, yeah, I like this song. It's called Pain. I'm beginning to think that I sometimes have a dark streak when it comes to like music and stuff. Because when you look at Twitch Dad doesn't necessarily strike you as the guy that you would see. I did go in my single days. I was taken to a I don't want to say a goth. Well, yeah, it was a goth club, and I did meet this girl that kind of broke my heart. I don't mind saying. It's getting weird now, but yeah, I remember feeling very out of place at this goth club. Very, very out of place. I did wear black, but I didn't do the guy line or anything like that. But the buddy that I went with did. He was full guy liner. He had the tats and everything, and I was just squeaky clean, just taking it all in. And then I met this girl, and I was like, oh, hi. And yeah, there you go. Okay, let's see. Let's see if this is any better. Oh, actually, okay, this is a good sign. It actually says Wildwood Sanatorium live, 6 hours 9 minutes. So let's open this puppy up and let's see if this worked, chat. And if it did, man, I tell you what, YouTube. Doug can say what he like about YouTube, but I'm telling you right now, if this works, YouTube once again has come through. I remember doing interviews with people, and I was just having a good time. Okay. Roughly, it's the same out position as well. Okay, let's see. Cross your fingers, everybody. Let's see how we did. Wait. Keep existing settings. Yeah, keep existing settings. Okay, that's promising. I love it when my wife, just basically comes in and starts doing her. When she goes down a research hole, she's great. Did I happen to mention I love my wife? I do. I am madly in love with my wife. Do we get any fire images or words at GhostStop? I'd have to go back and take a look. Take a look, honestly. Okay, let's see how we did here.
And as you can see by the, as you can hear by the sound on the tin roof, I'm actually going to brave the rain just so you can see this place. But
how about that?
Yeah, we're running.
How about that? YouTube for the mother effing win. How about that? I know you do, Spence, and we love you. We're overdue. I know. We're overdue. We got to get on top of that. Okay. So we're going to fade out the memory of T visiting his first ever goth club. You know what it was? I can honestly tell you what it was like. You know that scene in The Matrix where everybody's dressed in leather and they're all grooving and everything like that, and they're in slow motion. And there's Neo, and he's looking very maudlin, leaning up against one of the supporting beams of this Uber goth club. That was me. Only I was more like this. So there you go. And no, Trinity did not come up to me that night. She was not the girl. Had that been the case, though, wow, That would have been a change in my life. I tell you what. Okay. I look at something about a bad airplane drawing. Granted, I probably wouldn't do much better with short time. Come again? I'm not sure. Okay. So as I mentioned, so all that set up. Here we go. This is the Wildwood Sanatorium, and I think it's Sanitarium. That may be. I think I'm mispronouncing it, but it's Wildwood Sanitarium, and this is the introduction. So while this is going on, again, I want to preface this. While this is going on, there's a tour happening inside the house. So I'm just talking to the streams, both YouTube and Twitch. So here we go. And yes, I'm playing this so I can listen to the audio as well as just see what's going on, just in case we catch anything.
As you can see by the, as you can hear by the sound on the tin roof, I'm actually going to brave the rain just so you can see this place. But yeah, we're running a little late. We are running a little late, but we are at Wildwood Sanatorium tonight, and because of the rain, it got dark real fast. So there's a lot of things going on right now, everybody. I can't even begin to tell you. Today was an absolutely fantastic day. Like one of the days that you remember for the rest of your life, because everything just seemed to fall into place. Everything just seemed to be, in tune.
Baby, if you're still out there, yeah. This is the night we went to Wildwood. We had visited the Comedy Museum, and we had sold the house. We had sold this house. We had sold the house in Northern Virginia. So that's what I'm talking about, being one of those great days kind of things. Oh, man, that's funny. Yeah. What is this? Oh, you got a picture of Struther. Let's go. All right. Let's hit this.
So yeah, hi Cammie, good to see you. We're going to be going for quite some time, and hopefully we'll have. There was a lot of things that I needed to do. I wanted to touch base with my moderators. I didn't get a chance to do that. I wanted to promote the event. I didn't get a chance to do that. So if anybody's on YouTube or anybody's on Twitch, if anybody is on Twitter, please let everybody know that we are here tonight live at Wildwood Sanatorium. If you want to see the place, I'm going to go ahead and brave the light rain that's happening right now. I'll leave my sole light source. But just wait until you see this place, everybody. I'll even do a walk-up with you. All right. And I bet this place is going to look fantastic once we get it in frame. But if you want to see it up close and personal,
oh,
there
that
it
is a great
This
shot.
is where we're at tonight. Let me back up a little further.
I'll tell you something.
Right now, Pip is getting the full tour, but this is
Look
the
at the
Wildwood
light.
Sanatorium,
First,
and it looks like we've got really good Wi-Fi for this.
look at the light that I left behind. That is eerie as F. I love this. Spence, this really is ranked as one. This is a place I would not mind going back to with more folks from OSI. You and Jada. But this place is epic. It is so unassuming, and it is such a beautiful place. I forgot that I got this video. So yeah, all this is just kind of reminding me of different stuff. So yeah.
And
I should also
while I
mention,
bead.
Phil and Tina were not here for this. They were supposed to come. It was supposed to be Phil and me, and it wound up not being a thing. Phil at the last minute said I can't go. So Pip said if Phil can't make it, I'll step in. So it was me and Pip representing OSI, and we just came back raving about this place. Yeah.
Holy crap. Hey, Val. I'm at Wildwood. I'm at Wildwood Sanatorium. Okay, let's do the slow walk up, shall we? This place is stunning. And I cannot tell you how stoked I am about this place. So this place, Pip is getting the full history tour, but in my own research, what I found out about this place is that this is a sanatorium, as in it took care of the ill and the sick, particularly for tuberculosis, which shouldn't come as such a surprise because this is a mansion, a beautiful mansion here in Salamanca, New York.
Salamanca, that's where.
Where am I going? Remember when I
Salamanca,
come down? We got to figure that out, told me. But but what the difference about this place? The difference about this place compared to other sanatoriums, places like Waverly and St. Albans and stuff like that. This place was, as you can see, it's not that big. It's a
Oh, they were suppliers to the boys in gray, but then they came back and they said, "Hey, we understand. We'll sell drugs to the union, sure." Interesting, very interesting, Pip.
beautiful mansion, but as far as a sanatorium, it runs kind of small. That's because it was a private sanatorium, and because it was private, you were not committed in here. You came in on your own accord, and you came in and you got taken care of, and that's kind of the long and short of it.
By the way, if anybody is wondering if there's an apparition on the porch, no, it is not an apparition. I think it was one of the other folks that they weren't doing the tours.
Again, this is a place where quite a few people have passed through. A lot of other teams. I think Amy's Crypt has been here. I know Paranormal Quest has been here. Look at this. It's kind of, you can see that 1906 Wildwood Sanatorium. I'm just going to back up a bit so you all can see that.
But
Yeah,
it really is
this
a beautiful
place
place. And with this place and Wes, I'm so glad you popped in for this. We are cracking into the footage, Wes. By the way, everybody, that's Wes. As soon as he starts streaming, I'm going to let you all know. He runs, or he's, if he doesn't run it, he's one of the founders of it, but RSI, or Restless Spirits Investigations. And Wes, this is the place I was telling you all. I don't know if I mentioned this place, but if I did, this is the place I'm talking about. We are cracking into the footage of what is going to be our season finale. This is Wildwood Sanatorium in Salamanca, New York. And this place, to say it's spooky AF, I'm telling you right now, that is an understatement. And I have been waiting to crack into this footage for a long time. All I remember is, and I think you might have heard this story, but we were basically hightailing it out of there. I mean, pretty much it was like pull the ejection handle. We were done. And I looked at Pip and I said, "Oh my God, Pip, I left the bag on the second floor." And Pip looked at me and she was like, "What do you mean you left it on the second floor?" And I said, "I left it on the second floor." And we just kind of shared that husband-wife moment of, "Honey, I really don't want to go in there by myself." And she said to me, and we're standing on the porch, and she says, "We go in, we don't look to the left, we don't look to the right. We go in, we get your bag, we get out. You understand me?" I went, "Yes, dear." And then we went up, we did it. And as we're going by this one really creepy staircase, she said, "Don't you dare look, don't you dare look, don't you dare look." And I said, I'm not. And we bolted out of there. This place rattled us. Crazy ass place. But what a place. What a place. And again, if you guys ever want to come into the Lynchburg area, we'll show you the Rock and Cradle House. Absolutely. But this place was incredible. Incredible. But I was just about to say, wow, that's weird timing too, because I was going to say what this place has in common with with Trans-Allegheny. What this place has in common with Trans-Allegheny, only instead of it being a staff of volunteers and a lot of people helping out, it's pretty much this young couple and I think their parents. They're restoring the place. So all the visits, all the people that go to this place in Wildwood, in Schenectady, New York, they're putting the money back into the property and they're rebuilding it. And you can tell it very much like with Wildwood, where you can tell with Trans-Allegheny, you can tell where they've restored it and it looks breathtaking. They've done a great job with this place. Now there's still some areas of this house that are creepy, but yeah, it is on the list. I know it's on the list, but anyway, let me get back to this. So happy you're
This
here, man.
place
So
is
happy you're here.
amazing. This place is amazing, and I'm very excited about what we're doing here tonight. We are working alongside the Association of Paranormal Study, and I'm going to be getting set up once the tour is all done. And this time, our fearless leader Alex Matsuo is with us. So yeah, thank you, Dark Phoenix. Yes, it is a gorgeous building. But I'm here with Cindy from APS. You don't see her, but she is shrouded in darkness right now. And so if you think I look creepy, it's even creepier because all I hear is a voice from the darkness coming and going, "Good evening, T." So real quick,
I've totally forgotten all of this. I love it when the owner does that, when the owner has passion for a location and they spend the time and effort to restore a place of history. Yeah. Matter of fact, I think this couple not only own Wildwood, they also own Hinsdale. And I believe sometimes they'll do specials where you can do both locations in one weekend. And they're close enough that you might as well do that while you're out there. I think I mentioned I was a little disappointed in Hinsdale. We're still going to make it an investigation, but not for this season. It's going to probably happen in season 5. And I'm curious as to how that turned out. I'm really curious as to how that footage turned out. But anyway, yeah, they've done a great job. Hinsdale is in pretty solid shape. Yeah, it really is. Oh no, they don't. Oh, I'm sorry, baby. Oh, thank you. Not you, Wes, being the baby. Twitch mom being a baby. That's my baby. That's Pip. I thought for some reason they owned both. Well, both properties are close enough. Oh, they do a special with the man who owns Hinsdale. There we go. That's where I got it. Thank you, baby. That is my wife of infinite awesome, everyone. And I love her for it. Okay. So yeah. Okay. So where was? Oh yeah. So I'm out there on the porch with Cindy.
what were your thoughts? Now that you've had a chance to sleep on it and process, what were your thoughts on Hinsdale last night?
At first I thought it was kind of slow, but
Oh, we can see Cindy. Okay, perfect.
you can?
Yeah, wait, I can see you now. Okay, so you're good. We're getting this little box light. This little thing is a treasure. It makes streaming and it makes streaming a bit easier. So yeah, but anyway, you were saying.
Yeah, it was interesting. I got something first, straight away in the living room.
Right.
With the nice old lady with the gray hair, so I need to look at that, so you can maybe find out who she is. And then I met James, who may have been James' brother.
Yes, Scott. Wes is a fellow investigator, and again, and that their team is Restless Spirits Investigations. They're on TikTok, but they're Twitch curious, as I was told. So yeah. Now this lady right here, Cindy, she's a delight. She is an absolute delight. She said that she has psychic tendencies, but she doesn't flaunt it. You know, she's kind of chill about it, and she was a delight all weekend. She was an absolute joy to be hanging around with. So yeah.
Philip.
Okay. Okay. So there was, yeah. So, true confessions. While everybody in the Facebook chat was talking literally about the Hinsdale house, I was sending pictures from like the Lucy Desi Museum and the National Comedy Museum in Jamestown, New York, and I felt bad because I felt like I was being a little disruptive.
No.
But you said that you, because I think I did see that note that.
So real quick, everybody, if you go to take advantage of what the Wildwood experience and things like that, give yourself a weekend. Okay, give yourself a weekend and go. It's about an hour and a half, maybe an hour outside of Schenectady, where we were. Jamestown, New York is home to the Comedy Museum, the National Comedy Museum. It was the dream of one of its one of the comedy greats was born in Jamestown, New York. You might have heard of her, Lucille Ball. And this was her dream. This was her legacy. And this museum is the most interactive and one of the coolest experiences ever. So, oh my God, Zach finds fish. I know that, dude. I love you too, buddy. I love you too. I hope you're still in chat, man. Hey, welcome on in. Welcome on in. So this guy over on YouTube, Zach Loves Fish. This guy was once known as ZG Photo, and Zach was the guy who took me through my very first ever successful raid in Destiny, and it was Crota's End. It was Crota's End, one of my favorites. And he popped his head up in YouTube. I hope he's still out there. Anyway, so going back to this, so Cindy is psychic sensitive, but she doesn't wear it on her sleeve. Doesn't necessarily wear it on her sleeve, and she was a light to work with all weekend. You did get a confirmation there was a James and a Philip, or
it was James. James was Philip's brother.
Okay.
Philip's brother.
Okay.
But we're not. I mean, the correlation is there with the words that I also got. But that was quite satisfactory. But all in all, it was a very interesting night, and I loved looking at all the tech, and because I don't really do tech, so it was really interesting to see how it worked and listen to people talk about it and share ideas, and it was really awesome.
I mean, Lauren was putting me through the paces last night when it came to the tech, and it's funny because Pip was saying to me today, she said, "So were you okay with that?" And I said, "No, I loved it. I loved it because she is absolutely right. You know, if you can't understand or defend the technology that you're using in paranormal investigation, then you're just kind of along for the ride and you're just kind of faking it until you make it. And you really don't want to do that with this stuff because we've already seen how there's too much fakery to begin with. And and one thing I will say though about Hinsdale, and I wanted to kick off this stream talking about it, the fact that Hinsdale is trying to do some history repair on the people that came before and were making up. Well, they were taking small bits of history and turning it into very large bits of history.
Okay. Oh, nice. So Zach is also a very talented editor, everybody. Very talented editor. So for my friends on YouTube and for those of you on Twitch that are doubling on YouTube, please go give Zach Finds Fish, and that's ZACK Finds Fish. Even if you're not a fisherman, I'm not a fisherman, but I'm supporting my buddy Zach, and I appreciate it, and I haven't forgotten. We've said this years ago, but I made an agreement that if I ever get out to Detroit, I'm taking that guy on a ghost hunt. Now, in returning in kind, he may want to take me fishing, but you don't want to do that, Zach. You do not want to do that. I will hurt myself on those damn hooks. I will hurt myself on those freaking hooks. But that's Zach Finds Fish, and one of the first friendships that I kicked up on Twitch, and just great how the circles are coming about. You better hold me to it. Zach. So anyway, so going back to this, I forgot I had this little conversation with Cindy. So this is kind of cool to watch. But the idea was that we were because I was kicking off the stream, we were running behind a little late. I said, okay, you know what we'll do? Let's talk a little about the Hinsdale house and a lot of stuff that you're hearing me talk about. What was it? And talking scares off a fish. Oh my God, talking scares off the fish. You're right, baby. You're right. Oh my God. I would be the worst fisherman ever. I really would be. I mean, I don't mind saying. Worst fisherman ever, man. Worst fisherman ever. Okay. Oh God, I put the idea in Zach's head. Thank you. Video editing and streaming are all new to us. We are working our way towards getting some good stuff out. There you go. Take my word for it, Wes. The bigger a buffer you can build, the happier you're going to be. And what I mean by a buffer is if you know that you're going to definitely do if you want to do like YouTube content and things like that. This is an unpopular opinion, but I'm sticking by it because I want to avoid burnout. Set up a season. And before going into the new season, have at least 4 investigations done. Now, I didn't necessarily say episodes. I said investigations. And here's where I'm coming from. When I started this, we tried doing like one-shot episodes. And then I noticed, particularly Project Fear, using Project Fear as a template. Not necessarily a template for how they investigate, but more like a template for how they run their YouTube channel. They would do one investigation, but they would do it in 2 parts. And yes, you always take that risk of part 1 outperforming part 2 and vice versa. And we've had that happen. But I've noticed that if we started taking one episode and we put it across 2, if we took one investigation and put it across 2, that gives us more to play with. It gives us more to present. That's the first thing I learned. The second thing I learned was that a good season, at least for us, is like starting in March, April, and ending around Halloween. And then that gives us between November and roughly March to try to do as many different places as we can during the winter as opposed to during the summer. As you and I discovered very quickly with our teams that, yeah, Trans-Allegheny is a beautiful building, but it's a sauna inside. So, yeah, that. Anyway, advice that you didn't necessarily ask for. There it is. And just so everybody knows real quick. Attention, all personnel. Ads in 30 seconds. That is all. And for those of you on YouTube, you guys are fine and dandy. You're not going to get any ads, but if you have any questions concerning the paranormal, as I fish more and more, that's just what parents let their children know to have some quiet. Oh my God. That is fantastic, Zach. That is fantastic. But as I was going to say, if you guys have any questions about what we're doing, how we're doing things, anything concerning the paranormal, feel free to ask. And that is why we do these open reviews. Now, this isn't necessarily an open review, but just in case we catch, because it's during conversations like this, you might catch an EVP or electronic voice phenomenon, which is the whispers that you hear, the get outs and things like that, or in the one that endeared to my wife, turn around. Thank you, Gettysburg. Okay, let's go back to this. Playing would be a good thing. Come on. Let's try again.
And it became less history and more about folklore. I think that's very admirable on their part.
My wife just said you didn't need to tell him that, Zach. Never turn around. Don't ever say that, Randy, to Phil. You know what Phil does. Phil always turns around. No, I appreciate it. I think our long-term goal is just to be present in our findings in a more professional manner. And then, our 211 Gamer, thank you very much for that follow. Certainly do appreciate it. Let's see. Phil turns around. Yes, he does. Every time.
Because,
by the way, for anybody just curious, Phil has just dropped his most recent Don't Turn Around, where he interviews Jessica Chobot. If you don't know that name or if that name sounds familiar to you, Jessica Chobot was the former female host of Expedition X, and she left the show of her own accord and is now doing her own thing. So if you want to check that out, yeah, go on ahead and catch up with Phil Rossi. Just do a search for Phil Rossi, Don't Turn Around on YouTube, and you should be able to find it.
We read a so Pip on her research and her deep dive into what was going on at Hinsdale, she came across a page that was it was funny. I think it was supposed to be a blog, but it only has the one entry about Hinsdale. And it was someone who they said they were friends of the family, and that they were they did some deep dives, and they actually had the receipts. They actually had all the links about where they were getting their information from concerning Hinsdale, and they were like, there was never a tribe there, there were never any mound people there were no burial mounds there. And the fact that the folks at Hinsdale were trying to remedy that and rectify that, I'm like, okay, that's good. It's a bit the way I liken it is, so I became a Formula One fan because of Drive to Survive. And I found out, like around the third or fourth season, that the editors over at Netflix were actually trying to engineer drama. You know, that between drivers and between teams that honestly doesn't need to be there, because when you're driving a car at 200 miles an hour, that's enough drama. That's enough drama.
It was a great porch swing. Like I said, beautiful house. Beautiful house.
And I feel the same way. But now this place has a very different history. And from what I know of it, you probably heard me say out there, the difference between this place versus a place like the Waverly Hills Sanatorium is that at Waverly Hills you were committed. Waverly Hills, you were committed to that place. Here this was a private establishment. So it was more, they never had, I don't think they had the overcrowding problem. I don't think they had any issues with one-on-one care, because that would tend to, that was one of the benefits of a place like this. So that's what I know. So the reason why Cindy and I are outside on the porch, this lovely porch where we can hear the rain against the
It was nice. It was very nice.
tin roof, is because we're going in cold.
I was coughing then.
Pip is in there.
And I think I was the reason my throat was so raw was probably because I was still recovering from TwitchCon. So there's that.
And she's getting the tour. She's getting the history tour. Other members, Alex.
Oh yeah,
and,
you're absolutely right. Pip is absolutely right. Just because this place was voluntary, because this place was a private sanatorium, doesn't necessarily mean people were put there unwillingly. Got a husband, maybe wants to, got a husband, wants to get a little freaky with his mistress, he's like, oh, honey, you're not acting normal. Let me go ahead and throw you in here, and hilarity ensues. That kind of thing. That you're absolutely right there, baby. You're absolutely right.
Some other people from the Association of Paranormal Study are in there as well. Again, big shout out to everybody at the at APS for offering this this opportunity. It just continues to spread. I'm so glad locations are pushing back and bringing the real history forward again. Well, I totally agree. Dark Phoenix.
I forgot Fee was.
It needs to happen.
I forgot that Fee. A lot of people know Dark Phoenix Fire, or Fee, as I call her. I forgot that she had been with us for this long. I forgot she was at this. She was watching from this one. Ask one too many questions, and suddenly you're getting an electric bath. Yeah. In the rain, catching a cold? I don't think so. I think this was just more of post-con recovery.
The thing you don't want to necessarily do is you don't want to create drama where drama isn't needed, or where it's welcome, for that matter. In fact, I think correct me if I'm wrong, because I know Pip mentioned this, but the woman that was giving the tour the other day at Hinsdale. I'm blanking on her name. Diana. Apparently Diana said, yeah, we had some groups in here that were dropping the demon word. They were calling Hinsdale House the Demon House. And she's like, yep, that's not this place. Now, there were some...
That's very true. So, and Zach, if you ever decide you want to meet me in West Virginia, I'll take it to Trans-Allegheny, because we didn't even scratch the surface after 9 hours. But what's cool about what's cool about when you go to Trans-Allegheny, and I know we have ours lying flat somewhere because we are going to get them framed. When you finish an investigation in Trans-Allegheny, they basically say, congratulations, you have just been committed to Trans-Allegheny. And they gave everybody different ailments that people were actually committed for. And it ranged everything from, mental psychosis to drinking to public flatulence. I mean, all kinds of crazy stuff. But you walk away with a certificate of commission or something like that. It was really well done. It was really, really well done. The Trans-Allegheny experience was all that. It surpassed how good it was for me. And I say that because I would tell people, yes, it's expensive, but every penny, pretty much every penny you're getting is going back to restoring the place. And you look at those 2 floors and yeah, Scott, exactly. I mean, there's all kinds of different. The maladies were ridiculous. It really was. For the lack of a better term, it was nuts. But I mean, God, it was such a neat place, and the way they restored the first 2 floors of the main building, absolutely stunning. It's going to be great, and I have a feeling they're probably going to, I would imagine they would leave the 4th floor untouched, because they still need something to kind of make you feel unsettling or unsettled. And yeah, leaving the 4th floor untouched, that would be that would be a great option for them, but it's all in how they do it. I do want to tell you, cross your fingers, Wes. Cross your fingers, and if you pray, say a prayer for this friend of ours. I want to show you this real quick. Hold on, I just got to find the right window. I got too many windows open. I'm a streamer. I should always have too many windows open. Okay, here we go. So we being me and Phil, more to the point, me, because I wanted to make sure that I made the deadline for this thing called When the Walls Speak, and it is an exhibit, and they were accepting submissions for this exhibit, When the Walls Speak. They just wanted something that had an atmosphere. And I want to show you, these were two of the 3 images that I submitted from Phil's wife, Tina. This was the first one. And we called this one If the Walls Could Talk. But the one that I think has the best chance of getting in is this one. And we just called this one simply The 4th Floor. This is the 4th floor of the Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum, and Tina took this shot. And this just gives you an idea of just how talented Phil's wife is when it comes to this kind of photography and this kind of capturing the mood. I really am crossing my fingers that for this exhibit this holds a shot. I really do. Yeah. If anybody wants to take a look at some of the photos that Phil's better half, Tina Rossi, does, it's Christina Rossi Photography on Christina Rossi Photography on Instagram. Give her a follow. Check it out. It's really cool stuff. Really cool stuff. And there was a third one that we offered up, and it was called Ascent, and it's this one. Just simply called Ascent. This is the tower that you would find at Antietam. There's a like a guard tower kind of monument thing, and you can actually go up to the top of it. But that is the That's the inside of the tower. Anyway, yeah. Just wanted to share that with everybody because I'm a raging fan of Tina Rossi and her photography. Right, we're never going to finish this, but let's push a little further.
Creepy. There was some parts that felt dark.
Oh yeah.
On hold with Domino's while they try and figure out where the delivery guy actually left my food. Oh crap! I'm sorry, Cass. I'm sorry, Val. I'm so sorry. Actually, Val, November, huh? You're coming down in November. We'll have to figure that out because we already have OSI is already doing something out at Linville, and that's with a different party. And then I know that the week before. Do you know when you're coming down in November? Do let me know. But anyway, Diana was saying that those folks are no longer invited. Those folks are no longer welcome. I don't know, Cindy, if you've had any experience with it. I know I've come up against some stuff that's been pretty dark, pretty malevolent, but I would never say demonic. Demonic is where I feel like you get thrown across the room, or you get scratched, or you or you or you're vecned, you're raised up, and someone has to play Kate Bush to rescue you. That to me would be demonic. But I wouldn't say there was anything demonic at Hinsdale, but there was something kind of creepy there. Something that the way Pip and I felt about it was we felt like whatever was there was annoyed. It was like, oh, great, more ghost hunters, terrific. Okay, I'll make your thing beep. Okay, I'll make your thing beep. You probably looked at Lauren and said, okay, this lady knows everything. Fine. It did. It just felt. I mean, I don't know if you picked up on that, but I felt. Yeah, exactly, Dark Phoenix. It's got to be something. It's got to be something really over the top to be demonic. But that was what I felt last night. I felt that if there was something there, it was just. It couldn't wait for us to get out of there. We couldn't leave faster. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. But was there anything else you were picking up though?
Not really. There was just that one room. You felt it too in there, and so did Alex, and so did pretty much everyone. That room was not pleasant. The only one who really liked it was Lauren.
Yeah, the boys' bedroom, but I'm wondering now how much of that was just the way the house was built.
Yeah, that's true.
Mary's room was fine, and they said that Mary's room was supposed to be supposedly the most haunted room in Hinsdale.
Quite light feeling, actually.
Yeah. I mean, I had the grid set up in Mary's room, no activity, no actions, nothing caught. And how you doing there, Marv? Oh, so today, I found out September 28th is National Ghost Hunting Day. So happy National Ghost Hunting Day, everybody. And here's the other thing I realized.
I totally forgot that we were investigating the Wildwood Sanatorium on National Ghost Hunting Day. Not bad. I'd buy that for $1. Okay.
And I find this quite cool. This is the 1-year birthday of the kittens. The kittens were born on National Ghost Hunting Day.
Oh my God!
EVP's babies came into the world on National Ghost Hunting Day.
I totally forgot that. I gotta text my wife. Oh my God. I totally forgot that. How about that?
Well, the thing was, this was a private event we were doing here, Cass. That's the thing. Oh wow, it's a sign. maybe, Marv, maybe. But yeah, it was a year ago today, everybody. A year ago today, that let's see. And I'm going to use their present names, not the names that we gave them when they first came out of the womb. But it was a year ago today that, and I'm not going to try to even guess what order they came out, but it was Calcifer, Lucy, Hudson, Hicks, and Dorito. They all came out here. So there you go. And I also don't mind saying this too, but it's on National Ghost Hunting Day that we got an offer on our house. So things are going well today. Sean, good to see you tonight. Good to see you. It is a place that is rented out to ghost hunters. So yeah, there could be just a tired energy about it. You know, it could have just been like, oh, great, here we go again, that kind of thing. But there was something very unsettling about the Hinsdale that I'm surprised nobody really talks about. It's so okay. So let me see if I can describe to you the architecture of the Hinsdale house. Everything is fine on the main floor, more or less, but you go up these stairs, and picture access to 2 bedrooms without a landing. It's like
I
the
was
stairs
talking
go
about that
up to
earlier.
the roof, and then you've got to basically jump from the staircase to either room. Yes, Sean, it is still hurricane season. It will be all the way through the month of October. So everybody batten down the hatches if they hear anything.
Yeah.
But that I thought just felt a little, I don't know about you.
You know what? It's funny. Sean actually dropped early on in my YouTube chat. The peak of hurricane season is near. He did that today. He did that tonight. That's funny.
Cindy, but that was very unsettling to me.
That must be Sean's
That there
jam,
was no
and I respect
landing. It was just the stairs just stopped.
I'm just wondering, when you looked at it, there seemed to be a little lip, like right at the sides of the top of the stairs.
Mhm.
I wonder whether they put a board down there when they were up there at bedtime. I mean, I don't know.
It just yeah.
It was
And then
wrong.
one of the daughters there, hey Kate, good to see you in stream. How are you? Welcome to the Wildwood Sanatorium. We're just warming up. I believe we're still going to have another go time of what, 8:30 again?
I think so.
Okay. So 8:30 is where we're going to be. It is spooky season, but yes, we are in Salamanca, New York, and
Salamanca,
we are
not
at the
Schenectady.
Wildwood Sanatorium.
Salamanca, New York.
And we are going to be doing
Salamanca.
an investigation of this place tonight. It is, as you see in the description, it's Old Spirits Investigations alongside APS. We are guests of APS, and this should be fun. We're gonna follow Alex's lead. We're gonna do some stuff tonight that we've never done before in investigations. Marv, you remember Alex? She was at my birthday party, so yeah, that. But the other weird thing about that top area is, so there was one kid's room, and then the staircase, no landing, and then there was the parents' room, and then there was the other kid's room connected to the parents' room, and I'm like, that's and again, probably because this was not a person that probably had a lot of money, then that's just how they live. I will, Alex. I will. I'm sorry. I will, Marv. I'll pass that on to Alex, and I will say the same thing to you, Val. I'll make sure Alex knows that we got friends in the chat. So anyway, yeah. Tonight's gonna promise to be a really good night. I'm super excited. I'm over the moon about the house. Just not just this house, but I'm talking about the offer on our house. I'm just that happened literally like 10 minutes before we saw Christy and Cindy, and we were like, we probably sound like we were talking like 1,000 miles. Oh wait, you guys going to get snacks? We just sold our house. Hey, let's go together. And just, you know, so yeah.
It was great.
It was great. It was a crazy night. So again, for anybody that's new to the stream, yeah, we're going for mood tonight because I've got my light. I've got my box light here.
The weather's perfect.
The weather is perfect. It is not thunder and lightning, which you don't want lightning because lightning will endanger your REM pods. Lightning will actually set off a REM pod. Strand. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, you're right. I'm running with Strand Green tonight, aren't I?
That's a Destiny
Strand
reference,
is kinda
everybody.
badass. I haven't forgotten. I have to. Yeah, I gotta get back in there, Warlock Mom. I've been kind of behind my Destiny playing. But going back to what I was saying earlier, yes, for those of you who have never seen an investigation here on either on YouTube or here on Twitch, because we are multi-streaming, here's how it's going to go tonight. We are
Miss
I'm
those
gonna
Destiny days, but
I'm going to talk you through setup, talk you through some of the gadgets that I'll have. I'm going to get this on top of a. Yeah, I know, Marv. I know it's the end of an era. It's the end of an era. Let's be honest, it's the end of an era. But I'm going to go on ahead and just get the gear out, set it up, get this mounted on top of a camera so that we can film properly. And then I'm going to go comms quiet. Oh, Kathy, hey, welcome on in. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining us over on YouTube. Hope you enjoyed tonight's paranormal investigation of Wildwood Sanatorium. But this is why the screen just says investigation in progress, because I will not be addressing chat. I will let my mods in chat explain where we are. I will let them explain what is going on, and the plan is that if you have any questions when we take a break, because this is the first time I've actually been on an investigation where Alex takes the lead. The first investigation we did together at Linwood, because she was feeling under the weather, she said, "Would you mind?"
Yeah, Linwood. That's how excited I am. I'm at Linwood Sanatorium. Linville T. Past T, that's Linville. You've investigated there 10 times and some change. So come on, pull yourself together.
Taking the lead, and I was like, "Oh, okay, cool. Don't worry, Marv. Don't worry. I'm gonna bring you up to speed, and don't worry. It's not too much. You just need to let people know that it's an investigation in progress. We will be taking breaks, and at breaks, if people have any questions, they can either A, give them to you, and then you can relay them to me once we take a break, or B, they can wait until we take a break, and then I sit down and I talk to chat, and we go on ahead and we take questions while we're catching our breath and organizing and trying to figure out what to do next." So the first time... There's a fox?
Just across the street, went along that way.
Oh, wow. I didn't realize there. You know what? Because we're up in the mountains, I didn't even think.
Lynn at Winville. I love that. Lynn at Winville. That, you know, and hey, Winville Manor, that works for me too. So this is. I will say real quick. This was where I'm beginning to remember now. This was where I feel like I perfected the formula of how we were going to do, because I don't mind saying it. It was a source of contention between me and Phil when it came to how do we, because I wanted to live stream our investigations, and Phil was not a fan of it. He was not a fan of it because in his mind and the way he looked at it, he was like, it takes you out of the investigation. You're busy interacting with the chat. And the first couple of times that we did live stream our investigations, he was absolutely right. It was something that we, or I should, more to the point, I was kind of clunky with, you know? And really what I needed to do was I needed to figure out, when would be the best way to handle this. So I sat down on Discord with my mods, and I said, okay, how about I do this? What if I were to give you all as much information as I had on the various things about this particular site, some history, some fun facts about the gadgets. And I go comms quiet. And when I go comms quiet, you all basically run chat, take some questions, and if you don't know the answer, hold on to the question. And then when we have a break where we go from point A to point B in the house, you always do your best. I have never been upset or in any way, shape, or form disappointed in my mods. And your mods are very good at explaining what is going on. Especially back, I used to lurk during a live investigation on my way home from work. Yeah. I mean, that was we had a huge sit down about this, and then we went on ahead and we did this. We took it with us to Hinsdale and Wildwood, and I remember it was during Wildwood that Phil actually popped in to watch one of the investigations when it was just the two of us, me and Pip, and even Phil said, I'm really liking this format. And then I think Phil is now starting to respect the format as well. And that is all I can ask. That is all I can ask, that Phil finds the rhythm and gets within the groove of it. So I do think that he is on top of it. I really do. Okay. So what's going on, chat? Speaking of Spence, I'm just gonna check. Yeah, Spence has to go until 11:30. They have to stream until 11:30. I'd like to make that midnight, and maybe some change. I'm devious that way. I think that would be a phenomenal birthday present. Because they're doing the thing. They're doing the thing. I know you heard me. So act surprised when we push this limit, because I want to make that happen. So you know what we're gonna do, chat? We are gonna raid Resonant Moon, and we're gonna see if we can't keep them going till midnight, if not a little later. I'm devious that way. And and you know what to do, everybody. For those of you over on YouTube, stream is just going to end. Don't worry about it. Stream is just going to go on ahead and wrap up. But as far as you all on Twitch, if you've got a tier 1 sub here, you can just go on ahead and copy pasta this message, and it'll work. If, however, you do not have a tier 1 sub, that's fine too. Feel free to use whatever emotes you want. You just got to make sure you get in the text. It's a tea party, a tea with 2 E's. It's a tea party, and cheers from the Monster Mash. Everybody, I'm going to be wrapping up. And we will probably be, as far as I know, we are on for Saturday afternoon stream, where I'm going to be doing Iron Man in VR. And if that doesn't happen, heck, I might just keep going in with the since I lost that chunk of time getting the footage over onto since I lost that chunk of time, I think what I'm going to do instead is if I don't do Iron Man in VR, I'll go ahead and return back to the Wildwood footage, because I know people wanted to see the Wildwood footage. All right, everybody, you all have a great night. Let's go wish Resonant Moon a happy birthday by making them stream a little longer. All right, everybody, you all have a great night. Thank you all very much. Peace.
Damn right.
And there they are.
Damn right.
Ow!
Damn right. Damn right. Ooh! Exclamation point play raiders. We've got a race going. Welcome in the TeeMonster. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you. Thank you, Sly Gamer Scott. Good to see you. Thank you for the birthday wishes. Here we go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and welcome raiders to the Gravity Well. I am Resonant Moon, your friendly MB variety streamer, here with a late night stream that I was not supposed to be doing. I was not supposed to stream today. I was supposed to take the day off, but then I was like, oh, I gotta edit some podcasts. I might as well do some body doubling, and no! Then people had to go and be nice to me and stuff. So, Scott, my, or Sly Gamer, my birthday is actually on Saturday. So I will be live on Saturday, but I'm celebrating this whole week, and, yeah. So basically, part of the whole reason that I'm doing birthday streams is because NB needs a new chair. I am currently sitting on a chair that is being held together by duct tape and hope. And yeah, it's a thing. But yes, my birthday is on Saturday. And I'm celebrating with all the people I love. So, where do you add time to this madness? So, I've been adding time for 5, for the sub bombs of 5 or more. But yeah, so up in the top right corner, I have my donation redeems. But yeah, if you subscribe if you do drop a 5 sub bomb, I guess I'll go for another half hour. Why ask me these things, T? I'm already broken twice. I told you that. The chat has already broken me a couple times. Yeah, the chair has served its purpose. I do have the chair that I want on my throne, so that's part of the reason I should open up a shop. It's apparently quite prolific. Sir, TeeMonster, thank you, first of all. I am containing all the what the fucks. We're going to midnight, everybody. We're going till midnight. I love you, you magnificent bastard. It's fine. I'll just run another Grand Prix or something. But anyway, so yeah, on my throne